All right, I made it back in here barely. I'm late. People trying to get me out in the streets. I ain't really feel like hanging out. I was like, listen, man, drop me back off. What's going on, Derek? Good to see you. Positive energy all the time. Reverend Duncan. Space time. More power. Quaylen. I'm going to do this late night. Hawkeye, I appreciate all the birthday wishes. That's positive. Yeah. So I just got back in here. I didn't feel like running around. I wasn't really feeling it, but I appreciate them trying to drag me out. They're like, bro, you got to go do something. I'm like, listen, man, I've been running around. I've been out of town. And I ain't really on that right now. I did want to fly up to the New York area to visit somebody, but that wasn't going to work out so well. Thank you, Go Go. Yeah. And then tomorrow I'm supposed to go out and hang out, but because I really was supposed to go and see Fred Williamson because I'm supposed to be trying to have a little talk with him soon on the live, and he's gonna be out in the south suburbs. And I was supposed to go out there. I wanted to go out there so he could sign my DVDs and my videotapes of his movies. Black Caesar and Hell Up in Harlem. I got them both on VHS and on DVD. I'm really gonna hate not being able to go out there and kick it with Fred like that. But he in Chicago. I get to holler at him. If you are in Chicago, go check out Fred tomorrow from 12 to noon, from 12 noon to 2 p.m. Go check him out. You know what I'm saying? He's a cool brother. He's a good brother. So go check him out if you can. Out there in South Holland, the address is right there. I'm kind of torn between that. Much shout out to Brenton for the Cash App. Much respect to that. Let me give everybody a shout out. Brenton Villines. Brenton Villines, shout out, salute for the Cash App. Much respect for that. That's positive. But yeah, if you get a chance, go out there and see Fred. You know what I mean? That's a good thing. So yeah, if you want to send me birthday stuff, that's cool. Just make a donation. It'll get used some kind of way. So yeah, I hate that I'm not gonna be able to go out there. I might stand everybody up I'm supposed to be hanging out with some family members tomorrow, my cousin. But I'm going to tell you, I ain't really feeling it. You know what I'm saying? So he said, what you going to do then? I said, man, call me tomorrow. I'll see if I want to come out. I might just go live all day tomorrow and just kick it with my subscribers. I don't feel like running around like that. You know what I mean? It makes it hard on my relationships. Like when I get in relationships, I don't be wanting to go nowhere. It's hard, it's hard for me to find a good match when it comes to a woman because most people I get around, they ain't been outside as much as me. So I gotta try to program myself to that. You know what I'm saying? I gotta program myself to okay, ain't been outside like that. So I gotta go outside with them. I don't be wanting to really go out and run around. I've been, you know what I mean? I'm almost 70. I'm 67. I mean, I've been everywhere. Outside from young. You know what I mean? I've been to all the parties you could go to. You know, I've been going to parties from when I was little, 5, 6 years old. Back in those days, your parents dress you up and take you to birthday parties. Rich is having a birthday party down the block, and all the parents take us down there and drop us off, right? So imagine going to parties from kindergarten, first grade, second grade, all the way to 40 something. You know what I mean? 40 something years, almost 50 years of socializing and partying and concerts. I don't even know. I bet you I couldn't even name all the concerts I've seen. I'll forget how many. And I'm a DJ, so I've worked in parties and I played in bands, so I played all these events. And I'm a vendor, so I sold at all their concerts, big reg, you know what I'm saying? So right now it's like ain't nothing exciting like that. I could see myself going to some old school concerts, but all the brothers has passed away. So why would I want to go see the Shy Lights when it's just the lights with no Shy? Shy is dead. It's just the lights left. You know what I mean? Oh my soul. But I'm trying to fix my mind. You know what I'm saying? Because if I'm with a queen, she want to go move around. But I'm like this. I'm like this, ladies. If you with me, don't expect me to be suggesting to go nowhere but to eat. So in order for you to get what you want, you gotta just tell me to take you. Which I don't see why that's a big problem. Just tell me, Pharaoh, I want to go here, Pharaoh, I want to go there. Boom, we're gonna go. I'm gonna take you. But if you're sitting around waiting on me, you'll be waiting forever. Because I'm trying to go to different stuff. I'm trying to go out to the arboretum and see the trees. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to go on the river boat ride and look at the architectural boat ride and stuff like that. I ain't trying to go to no parties and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. So how y'all doing? Support the channel. Hit the Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. I think I'm going to just kick it with y'all, though, and just kind of marathon it. Because I slept all day. My sleep is jacked up. I got a lot of work to do next week. I got to redo my whole office, and all my work equipment got to be rearranged. So, boom. And I'm trying to get my vibe back right because traveling, it just threw me off. Like a whole different time zone and all of that. It's a little weird. But I'm really trying to, oh yeah, no problem. I'm really trying to, much respect to that, man. You know what I mean? I'm just kicking the bobos. You know what I'm saying? Just basically telling people what I think, and then they could, run with it or not. You know what I'm saying? I'm repping my Native American side, because I'm Sioux, I'm Egyptian and Sioux, African and Native American. My mother's side got a lot of Native American over there. What I call indigenous nomadic. They're not really Native Americans. They're indigenous nomadic people that traveled around. But my that side of the family is Sioux. My father's side of the family is African through slavery. You know what I'm saying? Good to see you, Anton. So I didn't know if I was gonna go live or not, but I've been asleep all day. I'm wide awake. A brother hit me up and say, "Oh man, this big Meech, this Lil Meech thing with Rick Ross, I want to get your take on." I'm like, but because he said something, I start thinking about it, and then I start thinking about it, and then now I don't mind talking about it because it's something I was thinking about. I wasn't gonna just talk about it like that because I don't be chasing it, but I got something to say about it, so I will. But I didn't want to just do it just to do it. Okay, we got 65 people that's up. Y'all get on up. So I wasn't going to drink today either, but I got this cranberry juice. I forgot I had it in there because I've been going a month and it's been in the refrigerator. I'm like, you know what? I got a whole big bottle of Belvedere that I had from 2 years, my birthday 2 years ago, I think. I said, let me drink this Belvedere and this cranberry juice. But when I got the Belvedere and got the cranberry juice, I realized the cranberry juice is bootleg, right? It's really ocean spray, but it says 100%, but it's not 100% cranberry juice. It says 100% juice. So I'm like, they must be running out of money. They changed the bottle. I was wondering why I couldn't find the original bottle. And I bought, and it tastes horrible. I want the 100% cranberry juice that's got that stringent, dry taste to it. I don't know what the hell that is. It's apple juice and stuff mixed together. It's nasty. I'm gonna pour that down the sink. I'm not drinking that. When I bought it, if I would have paid attention, I would have took it right back to the store. I got to find me some 100% cranberry juice. Oh, yeah, the Black Hawk hat. You know what I'm saying? Shot Town, Sioux. You know what I'm saying? Sioux, my Native American side of the family. You know what I'm saying? Or I should say nomadic indigenous, because they're not really Native Americans, but you know what I'm trying to say. In the black neighborhood, we say, you know what I mean. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Yeah, you know what I mean. So I'm trying to represent that side of the family. You dig. About to get back on this push for reparations. I think YouTube demonetized me because of reparations, I'm going to tell you. But it could be for anything. I do be talking crazy. Much respect to my great grandmother on my mother's side. This is where the nomadic indigenous side of the family. She was Sioux, lived 117 years. I used to hang out at her house. She was born in 1876. I used to love going down to her house, although her house, it was scary at night. You know, you couldn't go outside at night down there. And they have a little thing under there. If you gotta, if you gotta use it, they got a little pot under the bed. You gotta use that at night. They'll dump it in the morning. You can't go outside. It was deep because she lived here, and then up the road on the same side, my grandfather lived, her son. So her and her son was right down from each other. And we would go stay with my grandfather, my mother's father, for so long. Then we would go stay with her for like 3, 4 days. She had a big swing in the front. Me and my sister would be up playing on that swing. Put some cranberries in the blender with squeeze the lime. You know what, man? I ain't gonna lie, Ezra. You see how you be seeing? I've been a vegan for a lot of years now, 47 years this year. And you see how you see all them vegans making all that stuff on? I can't be buying all them ingredients. I make some stuff, but what they be telling you to make, they never tell you the headache you got to go through to make it. And then when you make it, you only get a little bit, you know. So I ain't got time to be going by no cranberries and blending them up. You know what I'm saying? Juicers, I can't stand juicers. I got a juicer. I'm going to get another one, but I'm through with juicers. Juices is a ripoff. I get way more juice if I just blend my stuff up and strain it. All that pulp in the juicer still got juice in it. And it's got all the nutrients that's in the skin. And my juicer been robbing me. I'm not juicing no more. I've cut it up, put it in a blender. I get way more. Way, way, way more. I can put some pomegranate in there and blend it up. And I can put some pomegranates in the juicer. And in the blender, I'm going to get a lot of juice. Juicing, I'm blending. Juicing, how many apples, when you juice 6 apples, how much juice you get? You don't get no 6 apples worth. I don't know. It's a ripoff. It really is. Unless you go buy the like super industrial one from the health food store, but they be buying bulk carrots and stuff, so they getting their carrots cheaper than we getting them. So it works out. But yeah, I'm blending. I'm not. I was going to get an almond cow. I'm not buying no almond cow. I'm doing it the way we used to do it. I'm throwing my nuts in the blender. I'm blending them up. I'm adding water. I'm putting them in a nut bag. I'm squeezing. I'm getting all my milk. Good to see you, Quinn. The beautiful Ivy Dreams is here. Yeah, we doing it. So, I couldn't do my. I already said what I was going to drink. First, I wasn't. I wanted to try to use up my cranberry juice, but it's no good. I wasn't going to mix my Belvedere with that. I already know I was going to be nasty. So, I'm going with the Hino for shizzle. The hizzle for the shizzle. So I'm going with the Hennessy. You just had your 4th daughter. Well, congratulations. How many sons you got? You got 4 daughters? How many sons you got, Bakari? Boy, if all your daughters live with you, oh God. Whoa. Y'all brothers got daughters? Yee, Bakari. Oh my God. I got 3 daughters. I'm glad they were spread out and all three of them wasn't there. Oh my God. If you got two daughters and a wife, you got three wives. Daughters, it hit different. Daughters is different. Daughters is different. It's hard to be fair and balanced when you got sons and daughters. Very hard because you always, the girls are just different. First off, the girls don't do much. They ain't bad like the boys. The boys is a trip as soon as they get old enough to throw stuff. Okay. So your son, you already know it's up. Let me give you some parent advice. I can tell you where it's almost time to really come down on your little son. You can tell when it's time to maybe hit that hand or hit them little fat thighs. Don't hurt them, just tap them. You can tell when it's time to deal with him when he's walking and he takes his bottle and he slings it across the floor. It's up. Okay. As you know, oh boy, here we go. He'll just take that bottle and he'll just fling that bad boy across the floor. And now you know, okay. The first time I had to get my son's little legs, I remember we lived in Glendale, up by Pasadena. And he was walking because we had his other little brothers. So we had two of them. So the baby was there. So he was up, he was old enough to walk. And I got this big old radio. So my oldest son, he synced that radio with all them knobs, you know, one of the Mexican looking radios in LA. You know, the Mexicans had the cold radios with lots of lights and everything for cheap. It's banging too, booming. And so he would go over there and listen, there's a billion buttons on that thing that's lighting up and it's this big button. And for some reason, he would always go and turn the volume up. And I'm like, how does baby know that's the volume? But when he would turn it up, it would scare him. And he would fall down and start crying because he'd turn it up too loud and it'd scare him. So one day, this one I know, okay, I'm going to get you. He's walking to the radio. And I said, no, leave that radio alone. And he turned around and he looked at me. Then he turned around and he went and got it. I said, oh, I know he know what, you know what I'm saying? That he looked at me. He knew exactly what I told him. No, leave that radio alone. That boy looked at me and went and turned it up. So I had to get him back, you know, on the little fat part of the leg. Don't hurt them. You're just trying to scare them. They just don't like the fact you're mad at them. So you don't got to really initiate no pain. Just a little noise. Stop. He'll cry because he want to do what he want to do. He mostly crying because I want to be bad. You know what I'm saying? I said, okay, I'm on your boy, little boy. At first, you didn't understand what I was saying, but you know I told you to stop and you just went anyway. Now, if you let them get away with that, good luck. So tonight, I'm going to talk about this situation with Lil Meech. Oh, I got another thing I need to talk about a couple times tonight. If you're in the Chicago area, go check out my man, Fred Williamson. He's going to be out there at South Suburban College from 12 to 2. Go check him out, support him. I might try to rearrange my schedule and go. But I got a family member trying to take me to dinner and all that. I don't know how that's gonna work out, but we'll see. I don't think I'm gonna do nothing. I don't think I'm going nowhere, not even to dinner. Although I should go get me some Ethiopian food though tomorrow, but I can get it any day. Always remember black American people and black people. Always remember your birthday is the whole month. Stop just doing one day. My birthday is February, the whole February. So I got all February until the 28th. That's the black way, okay? The black way is you do the whole month. You don't do no astrological sign because that only give you a half a month. You do the whole month. If you're born in May, they say, when's your birthday? You say, the month of May is my birthday, the whole month. That way you ain't got to be rushing. Talking about, I got to do my birthday on my birthday. You could do your birthday. I could have did my birthday February 1st if I wanted to. It's my birthday, February 1st. Because think about it like this. I'm born now, right? But I've been here 9 months before I came out my mother's womb. So I'm supposed to be 67, but I'm really almost 68 if you count that 9 months. In 3 more months, I'll really be 68. March, April, May. It's really my birthday is in May. That's when my daddy knocked that back. That's the day I should celebrate when, congratulations, Dad, you did a good job. When he knocked that back, that's how I got here. Y'all trying to knock stuff back, but don't have no babies. Y'all need to have a baby when you knock it back. What you knocking it back for? It ain't nothing coming forward. You know what I'm saying? So somebody asked me what I'm gonna do to talk about this Big Meech situation with Big Meech and Rick Ross. And when I looked at the picture, the first thing I thought is, bruh, what's up with the beard and the sideburns? It ain't sideburning right. Something ain't right. And I'm looking at Rick Ross. And Lil Meech, is officially a goofy. Like, seriously, bro. Like, what's wrong with him? Something's wrong with Shorty. It's absolutely something wrong with him. Thank you, beautiful Veronica Bell. You know what I'm saying? I wish all you beautiful ladies lived here in Chicago so I could come get my birthday present. I need a birthday present. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I need a birthday present. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, ladies? I need to be visiting y'all. We need to be banging a little bit of that Jeremiah. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Now, that would be a great birthday. If I could just see all you ladies in y'all birthday suits, that would be great. Man, I don't know what's going on with my internet on my phone. I'm finna call these internet people because my stuff be freezing. It be freezing, man. I pay them too much money for this. Make it make sense. But back to Little Meech. Lil Meech tripping. I don't get it. He definitely, it's a good thing he wasn't out in the streets. He wouldn't have made it in the streets because he just totally planned himself. Like, no way. Look at Rick Ross' face. Look, Rick Ross cannot stand this boy because you just said F Rick Ross. Make it make some sense. He just said F Rick Ross when everything happened and he called Fifth on the phone. He said, F Rick Ross. My daddy just with him because he got to pay his bills and stuff. So now you back around this dude, but Rick Ross looking at you like a super goofy. Because you just ran a 50 Cent and said, F me. Now you back over here with me. Look how Rick Ross looking. Unbelievable. What's wrong with Shorty? And the crazy thing about it is, he must be. Because the crazy thing about it is this. When you're in the middle of something like a series, if you do a movie, you can stay in character, shoot the movie, stay out the way, let the movie come out, premiere, and go. Then you can change character because you got to get ready for a different movie. But when you're doing a series, you can't be being seen a lot because you big Meech. So what he's doing psychologically, it's going to be hard to watch him because you're going to always see this one. He is totally ruined. That series is, he's messing up his own bag because people even won't watch the reruns as much. What's wrong with him? People won't watch the reruns as much because they don't like you. And now every time they see you, they're going to see Lil Meech. They're not going to see Big Meech. They're going to see the goofy. This guy is something wrong with him. Something wrong with him because he's ruining his whole. I never seen nothing like it. It's like sometimes young people, they don't be wanting to listen. They don't want to listen. You got to remember there's a difference between listening to and doing what somebody said. And you young brothers, y'all think just because you listen to somebody, you got to do what they said. No. So seeing that you don't got to do what I say, how is it going to hurt you to listen? You're still able to do what you want to do. But you got an attitude where you don't even want to listen because you're mixing up listening with you doing what you want to do. But you need to listen. You need to listen, then go make your own decision. But they teaching the young brothers that's listening means somebody trying to get you to change making your decision. But nobody's going to be around you to change you from doing what you're going to do. So it's just advice. It's not a demand. So you don't pass up no advice. None. When you face to face, especially when they older, you just listen to it. Then you go make your decision what you want to do. But to be rebuttal against it and not even listening to it is the dumbest thing you can ever do in your life. I get it all the time. I come over here and talk, and brothers act like what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying or how it would bother you, seeing that you're gonna do what you want to do anyway. So I don't know why the young brothers be so animate against what I'm saying. Crazy. And not intelligent enough to know you don't got no experience, period. And guess what the best teacher is? Experience. I don't care. Listen, experience is the best teacher. There is no way you're going to be the same way you are 20 years from now. It's not going to happen. You're going to change. You're going to change a lot of your philosophy. You're going to change a way you think. Duh. When I was young, I didn't pass up no knowledge. The only knowledge I didn't listen to was like Bible stuff that people were saying over and over. I didn't consider that knowledge because I'd heard that a million times. I don't hear nothing about Jesus and all that. I already heard that. But anytime I'm on a bus or a train and an older person will start talking to me, or I'm at a family function and an uncle or auntie, grandmother, anybody like that start talking to me, even an older dude, like if I'm 14 and you 18 and you start talking about something, I'm all ears. Because I was hardcore, so I'm going to do what I want to do anyway, so it don't bother me what you're saying. I always listen. I stayed right there, and my mother tell me, don't you go outside, don't you be smoking that stuff, don't you do that. I'd be like, okay. And I go right outside and smoke it and all that. I listen, though. I didn't have no problem with her telling me. I didn't try to get her to stop telling me because I'm finna do what I'm finna do. But I'm still going to listen. So I don't understand why listening is a problem. And young Meech, he don't listen. He not that smart. Him and his daddy ain't the brightest bulbs in the lamp. Let me tell you something about the streets and Big Meech. You have certain people, they money magnets. They just have the ability to get around money and draw money, but they're not necessarily wise or intelligent. And people get that mixed up. Just because a dude's getting money, that just means he's a money magnet. He's got in the right positions. But it doesn't mean he's smart. Lots of brothers went to jail hanging with these smart money magnets. And then you get caught up in a RICO with them. Because they're not necessarily smart. And Big Meech has proven that. He never was the brightest bulb in the lamp. He always was slow. Always. And now the son is following the sins of the father. Because to real people, you know, if you're really about that life, we don't look up to Big Meech. You know what I'm saying? Big Meech has no street credibility out here with real hustlers. Anybody that was committing crimes or whatever has no respect for Big Meech. As soon as he did this, he was done. Nobody respected him when he put that billboard up there. I don't know who's teaching you young people. He been a bozo. Bro, tell me you ain't gonna put a whole billboard up while you still in the streets. You know, one time when I was hustling, and this is gonna be in my book, I don't want to tell everything. I was a little boy. I was like a freshman. And I decided, I went where I used to buy my little bags to bag up. I decided I'm so smart. I was like Big Meech, but only different. I was only 14, 15, 14. But I was Big Meech. So I went to get my little coin bags and I came up with the bright idea. I'm going to stamp me a logo on man's. So it was an office place and they would make you a logo. So I had them make me a logo. Went back and picked my little ink pad up with my stamper and I stamped all my bags. So one day I went to the park and I seen one of my bags laying on the ground. Oh, I thought that meant good business. Then I seen another one. Then I seen another one. Then I realized, oh boy, the police gonna see these bags. And if the police see these bags and they catch me with these bags, they could pick up all these bags and that's proof of sales and purchases. They could charge me with all these bags. So I went and threw the stamp and stuff in the garbage. That's exactly what he did. He went and stamped his illegal organization right outside the airport because he wasn't smart enough to call the record label something different and to hire people that's not involved with them to run the record label so that the record label could stay intact and stay away from them and don't talk to them. Something was wrong with him. And he's still on the same thing. He still want to be seen. And now he's put himself in a position where Rick Ross could say, I'm bigger than you. You was running behind me. I'm the biggest boss. I think I'm Big Meech. So somebody asked me what I think about this. I think that Lil Meech is basically done. He's done. Because when you don't show no loyalty with the person you work with, nobody else is going to work with you. Who would work with him? You know, he is not that intelligent because as soon as this picture was taken with him, with 50 and his father, Lil Meech should have disappeared off of social media totally. He shouldn't have said nothing. Nothing. He shouldn't have said not a thing. And he should have avoided his father as much as he possibly can. Because if you're trying to help your father, why would you let your father mess up your ability to help him? Because sometimes for your father or your family or your brother, sometimes you got to make it seem like you're treating them bad to help them. You're trying to help them. So they might not know what you have to do to help them. So if you want to help them, you got to stay on plan to do what's necessary to help them. You don't turn around and let them like mess you up. And so Lil Meech don't have no advisors because if I was around them, I would have said, listen, don't say nothing. Don't say anything. Anything. No matter what 50 say, no matter what the internet say, disappear. Don't say nothing. And when 50 Cent call you, don't say nothing that could be used against you or your father. Don't say anything. So if 50 call him, what you doing? Man, why your daddy out there with Rick Ross? You seen that? He'd be like, I couldn't really pay it a lot of attention, Fifth. I'm trying to concentrate on this new season. I got to keep my mind on this new season. You got to swerve them. You got to say what's politically correct. You have to say something that won't hurt your father or him. Bow. You got to be slick out here. He should have been able to say something that cannot be used any kind of way. It's not against Fifth. It's not against his father. It's not against Rick Ross. He should have just talked about him. I'm just trying to keep my head ready for this next season. I can't really get into all this. This stuff gonna take me out of character. That's it. Don't say nothing. I love my father. None of that. Don't even mention your father. It's real simple. Don't say nothing. For all the young brothers watching me, same on this social media stuff. Don't send nothing to no woman that you don't mind her showing everybody. If you send her a text message or you send her a DM, make sure it's something that if she show, it's going to make you look good. Other than that, you don't give nobody no evidence. So don't be thirsty all in the DMs and stuff, because that'll come back and bite you. Okay? So he didn't have to be on the island, Ezra. All he had to do was answer the question in a politically correct way that keeps him working. So anytime, even in the streets or in your family or something, and this cousin is going against this cousin and he calls you, when you talk, you just talk about yourself. Don't you say anything about this cousin or that cousin. Because you, man, cuz tripping. Cuz supposed to do this, man. I don't know why he do that, man. He always do this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And you let him talk till he slow down. And then what he'll do is he'll either slow down and you could change the subject, or he'd be like, man, ain't that right though, man? You'd be like, I don't know, man. I've been so busy. See, flip him, spin him. Man, I've been so busy. Man, you would not believe what I've been going through. Bam, spin him. Man, I don't know, man. You would not believe what I've been going through over here, bro. I'm going through something over here. I got this going on and that going on. You flip it. Boom. Turn the card to the right. You don't give him nothing, he going to take the other cousin back and say what you said. Don't let nobody bait you into you saying something. And so Lil Meech went and said all that stuff to 50. 50 going to show it all. Why wouldn't he? Now, some people say 50, Meech had the right to do whatever he wanted to do. Right. And then 50 got the right to do whatever he wanted to do. You're right. He got the right to go do that. And he's got the right to remain silent. And anything said could be held against him. So, yeah, he had the right. But just because you got the right to do something doesn't mean what you're doing is right. You have the right to do it, but is it right? You understand? You keep your mouth shut. And if you keep your mouth shut, you'll be fine. Keep your mouth shut. If you don't, bad things gonna happen to you. You understand? Bad things. You have to keep your mouth shut. My mother used to have a plaque that said if a man kept his mouth shut, he wouldn't be caught like the fish in the sea. And she had that in the kitchen. Keep your mouth shut. It's the young brothers. Because if you run your mouth in the wrong situation, you're going to pay. And you're going to pay dearly. You might get in trouble. You might go to jail. If you do go to jail, you keep your mouth shut. Keep your mouth shut. If not, you're going to pay. You're going to end up in the middle of something that you don't want to be in. Keep your mouth shut. Because a lot of times people you're talking to, they're going to go back and they're not going to tell their part. They're just going to tell your response. They're not going to tell their part. They're just going to go back and say what you said and say, man, Pharaoh said this. They're not going to tell them. Pharaoh's response to me, I told him you wasn't no good. And Pharaoh responded and said, oh, wow, that's a shame. He ain't nothing. He going to go back and tell him, Pharaoh said you ain't nothing. I didn't say that. Nobody taught Lil Meech that. And he was not really that smart. When you get around a man like 50 Cent that's got all them TV shows and all that success, you shut up and you soak it up. What could you tell him? He's doing it already. He had the opportunity to learn from one of the best. Even a fish wouldn't get into trouble if he kept his mouth shut. Now, I got brothers that don't know what's going on. They like 50 Cent trolling, 50 Cent doing this and that and this and that. For the people that's watching me, let me explain to you what 50 Cent is really doing. He's not trolling. 50 Cent is using everything that happens to get you to look at him to advertise his television shows. That's what he's doing. It's genius. He don't care nothing about that stuff. He just wants to make sure you keep coming on his account so we can say, watch this, watch that, watch that. He's just using that stuff to get you to watch this, watch that, watch that. Right now, he could come back with Meech and BMF and everybody would watch it. All this would be water under the rug. But he won't do that, most likely, because Lil Meech didn't know how to keep his mouth shut. You understand? He didn't learn how to keep his mouth shut, and he damaged his character. So now I can't really enjoy BMF because he's going to always look like a goofy. He going to look like a goofy playing a goofy, because this boy right here came and just totally ruined the Big Meech persona. I don't know what's wrong with him. I don't know what's wrong with him. Because I don't care how broke you are, what's going on. Take your last money and put on something and look nice. Look like Big Meech. I don't care if it's your last money. If you can't take a picture with a three-piece suit on and a tie or something that really look like a boss, don't take no picture until your picture can look like a boss. He never supposed to take no picture with like this. This is marketing. Rick Ross makes sure he's got his wrists blinged out. He makes sure he's got the 2 rings where you can see it. He makes sure he got the big writing advertising his company. He got the B on the ad saying boss. He made sure you are in the small writing. No way he should have took this picture. This is great marketing for Rick Ross. Horrible marketing for Big Meech. And the worst thing you can do as a daddy is look like a goofy. And now your son look like baby Goofy. I don't know what's wrong with him. I don't know what's wrong with him. He could have still wore some type of a casual, but it have to be really fly. Have to be. And you gotta be Big Meech. So when Ross give you that shirt, be like, nah, get me one made like the one you got on. I can't wear this. Mine need to say Big Key. Why yours, I can't wear this. I'm a boss. You got to give me some boss stuff. You know what I'm saying? And Rick Ross would have had to go and buy me clothes for me to take a picture with him. And the way we would have did that, I wouldn't have gave no proof that I told him to get it. He know what to do. So even if he do go get me an outfit, and lady come and say, man, he got out, I had to buy him an outfit. They say, he said he had to get your outfit when you got out. I said, yeah, he got me outfit when I got out. I had just got out. Everybody gonna say, yeah, that makes sense. You just got out. He wanted to take pictures. Then it's his responsibility to make sure the pictures be up to my standard. It's real simple. So he ain't looking like no boss. He looking crazy. Now his son, I don't know why Shorty jumped off the old cliff like that. Most likely, this the nail in the coffin. If he would have sat and probably just shut up 50 might have trolled him for a while. And, you know, that would have been it. Now, Meech, he don't have to look like Nino Brown, but he could have came out either with the BMF gangster look, hustler, because he wasn't a gangster. He could have came out with the BMF hustler look, or he could have came out with the prison look. That would have worked too. He could have came out on straight prison look. That would have worked. Fresh out the pen. Tight t-shirt on. Boom. No sweater. Tats. Boom. Hat. Because the braids ain't it. Hats. Boom. To the side. Straight penitentiary look. That would have worked. He could have came out straight penitentiary. No jewelry on. Dickies, Dickie pants, wife beater, fresh white tee, tennis shoes on, sneakers. Fresh white sneakers, Dickies on, tight wife beater on. No sweater, nothing. Arms out, tats out. Because you just came out the penitentiary. Be that. Fresh out the penitentiary. Not trying to catch up. You should have never tried to catch up. You shouldn't have tried to catch up and look like everybody. You should look like I just got out. If you don't got it on, nobody can say you ain't got it. You understand? Nobody can say you ain't got it. They just say you ain't got it on. So that was, people would still think you got stuff. Oh, he ain't put his jewels back on and all that. Because he can't talk. He can't do no internet interviews because it's his restrictions getting out. He can't say nothing. A picture's worth 1,000 words. He should have came out straight looking like he's straight out the penitentiary. He shouldn't be trying to get, he shouldn't wear no shoes but some straight white Air Force Ones or some type of Nike, white. So you don't make no difference what type they are. They just white sneakers. Blue Dickie pants and white wife beater. Sit. A tight one, not loose like this one. Something cheap. He could afford that. Straight penitentiary looking. Very few pictures. When Rick Ross call you for the bag, you got to let Rick know. I'll call you back. You got to go tell Fifth, Rick calling me and all that. You know what I'm saying? He know I need the money and all that, but I can't see how going over there going to work with my son, working with you. I just couldn't do it. You're supposed to take that problem to 50. This the dilemma, man. He know I need the money, so he calling me trying to trick me out my square. Or just don't say nothing. Just don't say nothing. And just tell Rick Ross I can't do it right now. Because he got curfew and all that anyway. So he just told Rick Ross, I can't do that right now. And just don't say nothing. Because anything said can be held against you. The police tell you that. That's not just in the court of law. That's in the streets anyway. Keep your mouth shut. If they needed to make some money, he would tell his son, tell Fifth you finna do some interviews on podcasts. And then 50 would have given him the training on what to say at the podcast. He could have made some money till the season started. And he could have been just promoting the season, talking about stuff in the season. When they asked him about his father, he said, I don't know. I'm trying not to get involved with that because I'm trying to stay in character. He could have played that perfectly. Do you know how much Little Meech could have made doing podcast interviews? And you know how much that could have promoted the BMF series? He could have just went on a tour to promote the series. Period. And you allowed to tell them what they can ask you and what they can't ask you. So they can ask you about the series. They can ask you what it's like working with 50, stuff like that. Stuff that helped the series. You're going to get a bag. He could have went on Cam Capone, a bag. He could have went on Vlad TV, a bag. He could have went on all of those podcasts and get a big bag. Sean Cotton and all of them. That would have been enough money to hold him. He could have gave his daddy some money from that. He gonna get mad views. He don't have to talk about nothing gonna hurt the show. That's promotion for the series. Then the dude that play his brother, both of y'all go on there together. He don't want nobody to tell him what to do. But that's money though. How you don't want to get a bag? These people is getting thousands of dollars on these podcasts. Thousands. They making money doing these interviews. They making money. Why you think 607 doing all them interviews? He getting paid. For real. Make no mistakes about it. Cam Capone getting serious views over there. Serious views. And they pay big money over there if your name is big like that. Man, you playing Big Meech on you, Lil Meech playing your daddy on BMF. They're gonna give you a serious bag, bro, to talk to you. He could have went straight to Sean Cotton first. Bam. Then you go to Vlad. You can demand pretty much what you want. He said, I give you 10. Be like, no, that's not enough. He gonna make it back. Because what they do is they interview and they chop it up and they get so many views and then they show the whole interview. Then they get, so they making bank. They make $1,000 with those interviews when they got big platforms like that. Why you think Jaguar Wright doing it? Why you think Big Homie CC doing it? Why you think Wack and them doing it now? Because they get money. Get money. Because they run commercials over here. And when they run commercials, you get paid. That's how YouTube pay you from the commercials. So when you got 100,000 views, 1,000,000 views, how much commercial money is that? That's a lot of money. You get 100,000 views 10 times, that's 1,000,000 views. Him being on BMF, he gonna get a whole lot. He could have made some money. So I don't understand why he was acting like he was desperate for some money. He don't know how to hustle. And his daddy don't know how to hustle. But his daddy just got out of prison. He don't know nothing. He outdated. He don't know what's going on out here. When you get locked up like that and you get out and you get in a car, you don't know how this new car work or nothing. You don't know how the phone work. A lot of times, unless you was able to get phones in there, it's like, you ever talk to somebody been locked up, they can tell you when they get out, they're like a fish out of water. They don't know what's going on. So I don't know what's wrong with Shorty, something wrong with him. But he definitely fumbled the bag. He fumbled the bag. For sure. He fumbled the bag. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. Yeah, he you understand? I don't get it, man. These, you got to be intelligent out here. You got to watch what's going on. I don't know what's wrong with Lil Meech, but he wasn't watching, paying attention to what's going on. And you have to pay attention to what's going on out here if you're going to make it. And that he wasn't doing. I had somebody tell me, they say, so Pharaoh, man, so why would 50 just throw away all that money and dump the show? It was like, why would he dump the show? And I had to let him know, that show, not all of that, okay? That's why. That's a baby. That show was a baby. They were still trying to get to grow. Okay? That BMF series. That BMF series, they was trying to get that to grow. Okay? And I don't think he really know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? 50 don't need the BMF show. Because that ain't the best show. The best show on there, this is the best show on there. This the 5 right here. This the number 1 show on his network. Point blank, period. The show with Lil Tariq and BMF ain't good as Raising Canaan is fire. That's the best show on the network. Period. Period. BMF ain't hanging with that. 50 don't need that. He don't need that show. He don't need that show. And I've been watching all of them. And the most gangster person on all them shows is not Lil Meech. Lil Meech is not the most gangster character on that show, on his shows, on that network. Not nowhere close. If you like gangster stuff, he not. You know what I'm saying? The biggest gangster on 50 shows is Mama right here. She the biggest gangster on all them networks. On my soul. Shorty is a superstar. Look at her. Just look at this picture. She not playing that role all the way. And the guy playing her brother back behind her with the gray jacket on, he all that. Like they can really act. I'm telling you straight up. That's the best show on there. By far. Not even close. BMF is nowhere near as good as this. It's not even close. It's not even close. Because they got two characters that's all that. Her and Joey Badass. Joey Badass is doing his thing. And when he come back from the dead in this next bunch of episodes, man, it's gonna be fire. It's gonna be fire. I don't know if y'all watch it, but this the fire right here. This the fire, and Shorty can act. I put her in some of the top 10 gangsters of all times in movies. She definitely go in the top 10. It don't get no more gangster. Like Shorty's a super gangster. I've never seen a female gangster in no movie yet. Not like her. She up there with Joe Pesci and them, and I'm telling you, if she ain't in the top 5, she in the top 7. She definitely in the top 10 gangsters ever been on TV. She go hard, man. I see that one episode she went in there, was talking crazy to that gangster, and she left, and he said, I like her. I said, I bet you do. Hey, man, this show right here, because I like gangster stuff. This is one of the most gangster series ever. I'm telling you, Shorty can act. I mean, she really can act, and she really playing this role as a female. I mean, I've never seen nothing like it. She pulling it off so well that it's hard to see her as anything else but that character. And look at her. You don't see her nowhere. You see some pictures of her on her Instagram. She's staying out of the way. She's staying in character. You don't see her out here saying, doing nothing goofy, getting no type of bad press, talking herself out of character. She's ghost. You're not going to see her until you see her on the screen. And then when the series is over, then she'll come out of character. Maybe not even then. Because she's probably been watching the Denzels and them. They stay out the way. They stay out of the way. so that they can come into character and be a new character. And this woman right here, she ain't getting no props because she's black and she's a woman, but she's one of the best actresses in the game today. For sure. She is a superstar. She's a superstar. A superstar. And she's playing a gangster like no other. And I've watched them all. I got a whole collection of gangster movies, and she's playing them all. She's gonna be able to do at least 4 more gangster movies easily. She could resurrect some of these older dudes that have been playing gangsters. She could resurrect their career by doing a movie with her. Well, Lil Meech, here's the thing about Lil Meech. I ain't gonna say he no clown for blowing the money. He not no clown for blowing the money. You know what I'm saying? Lil Meech is a baby. Okay? He's a baby. He ain't nothing but 24 years old. So I don't see nothing wrong with him blowing his money and stuff. He's only 24. He's a kid. Anybody been watching me say, no, I say and I teach that he's not grown. He's what I call a grown teenager. Remember I told y'all 7, 14, 21. He will not be full grown until he gets 28. So he's not even halfway full grown. He's not even going to have his mind together until next year when he's 25, after he crossed the halfway point. Right now he's at the halfway point. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Right? That's 7. The halfway point is 21, 22, 23, 24. So he's right coming out of childhood. He's just now going into full grown adult. He's a baby. When I was 24 years old, Jesus Christ. I cannot tell you that I would have known. I can't really say I would have did no better at 24. I can't. I wish I could say that, but I don't know. 24. You're a teenager, basically. I don't agree with you. You're not grown at 21. There's no way that you can get 18 and move out your parents' house and now you're grown. Because now you have to practice being grown. You've never been grown before, and it takes practice. How is he going to have money for his dad to come home to when he get money at 22, 21? That's just totally ridiculous. That's older people talking about a 22, 23, 24-year-old kid. I'm not going to do that. That is totally ridiculous to put adult standards of thinking on that baby. He's a baby. He is a baby. You are not an adult until you are 28 years old. Every 7 years, you become another person. You get all new blood cells and all that. 7, 14, 21, 28. And you are not a full-grown adult until you are 28. And you don't really be making adult moves until you in your 30s. From 28 to 35 is when you get it together. There ain't no way. I don't agree with everybody, having these expectations. Oh no, 24-year-old. Nah, it don't work like that. It doesn't work like that. He's not supposed to be smart enough to do all that. How old are you, Scam Duncan? How old are you, Rosecrans? How old are y'all? How old are y'all? Because I know I damn sure didn't know nothing at 24. Ain't no way I could have made no full grown decisions with that kind of money. With that kind of money at 22, because he's 24 now. Let me see. How many seasons have this show ran? There have been 3 seasons. So that's 20, 21, 20, no, 21, 22, and 23. Come on, man. He wouldn't even begin to manage his money until next season. Seriously? Like, no, he's a baby now. I'm not going to do him like that. And what happens when you little like that, you think you grown. So he doesn't know what I've been teaching, and we really need to teach this so the young people know. So he doesn't know that he's not full grown. He thinks he's full grown because society tells you full grown at 21. But the reality, you're not full grown until you're 28. It takes 4 groups of 7. Right now, you're a practicing adult, okay? So, right, hey, Rosecrans, right now, he's a practicing adult. So when I got 21, I was practicing to be an adult because I just got out my mom and daddy house. And how you going to be an adult until you live as an adult? You have to practice being an adult. You can't live with mommy and daddy a lot of times. And with this economy, I moved at 18, 19. But with this economy, these young people not going to move till they 25. They can't afford to move out of mommy and daddy house with the prices is today. You see what I'm saying? You 34, so you've been already, you on your 5th, 7th. So you good, Rosecrans. You on your 5th, 7th, you 34. So, you've been grown now for 6 years. But boy, hey, Rosecrans, but you 8 years ago, hey, bro, you about 9 years ago, 10 years ago, bruh. Because it's like, I mean, how could you have expectations on me when I'm practicing? Like I just got out in the adult world. I gotta learn. You just don't be no adult. You just can't leave your parents' house and just be an adult. You have to practice being an adult. Yeah, you say you just been. I'm telling you, Reverend Tim, me 24 making the kind of money he made. I'll be honest with you. Me, his age, making the kind of money he made. I'm in court with some chick taking my money. Well, I done got her pregnant. A chick that ran the game on me. I done got her pregnant. And I got hella child support payments. I'm telling you. Me, I got 2 babies already, maybe 3. With that kind of money, I probably got 3 babies by 2 chicks. Probably got 2 by her and 1 by her, or either 1 by her and 1 on the way. I don't know they scamming, and you know what I'm saying? I'm thinking it's really my woman. I don't know she belonged to the streets. I just got out in the streets. I know for a fact women would get me for the child support, because I would really think this my woman. I would really think this my wife or whatever. The whole time she just want a bag. So I don't know. I don't think I would have necessarily did so good. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I ain't gonna lie. I don't think I would have did so good with that kind of money and that like that unless I had somebody coaching me, which I wouldn't have listened. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I wouldn't have listened, man. I'm Big Meech on TV, boy. I got money. You can't tell me nothing. I'm going to buy the craziest car I could buy, the craziest rims on it, the craziest mink coat I got on. Man, chrome hearts. I got on platinum hearts. Boy, I'll be acting a fool. My jewelry would be crazy. Everybody be like, what is you buying all that jewelry? I would like to think that I would be this super intelligent person, but I'm 67 that day. So I don't know. I can't think back that far, but I think I was stupid. I think so. I think I was kind of a little stupid. Not really stupid, but stupid comparatively speaking. Yeah, 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 definitely. Definitely. 50 playing the game the way the game's supposed to be played. If you're working with me and your daddy go work with my ops, maybe if you don't never say nothing, we cool. But if you start talking, because in the streets, let's say we in the streets, let's say you get money with me, you young, you get money with me, and your daddy get out, and your daddy with my op, that we didn't have real smoke. You might not even live on the streets. He might have came up missing. Seriously. On the streets, if your daddy go and get around my ops, because on the streets of Chicago, you know what he is in Chicago? Go in the chat and tell me what he represents in Chicago. When his daddy went and got around Rick Ross in Chicago, what do he represent? If his daddy went and got around Rick Ross, y'all put it in the chat. Let me see who up on their thing. I'm doing my birthday. Hit the Cash App and all that. No, not GD. No. On the streets of Chicago today, 2025, out there with the youngins out there today, what does he represent? It's 158 people over here. We doing it. I'm drinking a little Hennessy. No. I didn't say who he represents. I say, what does he represent when his daddy went and got around Rick Ross? Does anybody know? Let me see if y'all up on the streets, because people be like, I'm old, blah, blah, blah. I should know if I'm old. Hey, Sonia, I should know this. Y'all should know before me. I'm not getting no response. Okay. What he represents in the city of Chicago. Is he represent what they call the back door? That's what he represents. Lil Meech represents a back door. Messing with him once his father's around your op is dangerous. Feel me? Because that back door get left open. See, now I'm open. Okay, Sonia. See what I'm saying? If I'm around your son and you go with my enemy, I could get backdoored. Because your son gonna ride with his daddy. I don't care what I did for him, he gonna ride with daddy. And daddy didn't show me he don't like me. Because see, Big Meech don't like 50. That's why he looking, frowning with 50 and smiling with Rick. The streets know all the signs. So Big Meech don't like 50. Probably jealous that his son say 50 like his second dad. And that 50 doing all this for his son and he can't do nothing. And so when a man like Big Meech go around your op, and maybe he ain't been outside a lot, but Big Meech should know that's a problem. You understand? Make sure y'all hit the thumbs up. You know what I'm saying? Like, share, subscribe, all that. Contribute to the channel, all that. All right? I'm giving y'all a game now. So he represents a back door. You see what I'm saying? Because right now your daddy don't like me, and that's your daddy. And I'm not finna bet that you're gonna go against your daddy. I'ma bet that you're gonna ride with your daddy. I gotta get you away from me. Even if we do the show, I'm not coming around you no more. And this gonna be probably the last season. Even if you didn't say anything, I gotta I can't have you around me because you're around me. You know too much. You know what I'm saying? And in this world, that could cost you your life when you got somebody around that know everything you do and know how you move it, and your opposition could find out. You understand? Backdooring been going on. We just the ones named it. We just named it backdoor, but it's been backdoor. People was backdooring me. We just called it snaking. We called it, double crossing. It's had many different names. Now it's called backdoor. And the only thing different about backdoor now than it was 10, 20 years ago is backdoor could really actually be serious violence. Like they could really leave your back door open. When I was in the county, it was one brother, and we was talking one day, and he said, "Pharaoh, you need to get with me when you get out." I said, "Oh yeah." He said, "Yeah, man, I got this fine women. They're some of the most beautiful women anybody ever seen. I send them in these bars, and they go approach these dudes and flirt with these dudes, and these dudes can't believe nobody that fine talking to them. And she lure him back to his house, and then she send me the address. And when she say she gotta go pee, she go open the door. She unlocked the door so we can come in. Back door. You understand? If Rick Ross was looking out for Meech when he was locked up, and your son is working with 50 Cent, you have to make a decision. Do I want to be selfish and go around Rick Ross and hurt my son? Or do I want to stay out the way so my son can prosper, so the next generation can prosper? So Big Meech say he didn't know they was enemies. Well, then you not Big Meech. Because how you don't know what's going on? You understand? You say the reason I say it, because the reason it wasn't as bad as it is now is not because of Chicago, it's because of the economy. So Chicago got nothing to do with it. St. Louis is, Chicago just get a lot of fame for something that's happening everywhere. And so don't buy it in your mind that Chicago is the baddest place, because it's not. It's not no joke in St. Louis. It ain't no joke in Detroit. Dade County ain't no joke. And I can name a whole bunch of Los Angeles is not a joke at all. And I can name a whole lot of places. Houston is not no type of joke, like seriously. No joke. New Orleans is not sweet. Not like, you know what I'm saying? New York. New York is man, listen. So people be overhyping the situation in Chicago. Those of us in Chicago, we do not go to these other cities like Chicago is the baddest. It ain't no baddest because you not dealing with a city. If you have a problem in Philadelphia, you ain't having no problem with Philadelphia. You're having a problem with dude. You know what I'm saying? If you have a problem in LA, you're not really having a problem with LA. You having a problem with dude whoever came up on you. So this idea you're trying to make it a city thing, that's not real in the real world. So anybody watching me, don't y'all buy that city stuff. That's not real. That's not real. Because nobody running around in Chicago is really representing Chicago. They not represent Chicago. They're not even representing their block unless they with other dudes on their block. But when they get out here, they just on their own. They for dolo for solo. They do not represent Chicago. They're not going to see you and say, let's go do something because we from Chicago. That's all fake. That's fake. How could that be real when there's so many working people in Chicago, with so many nurses in Chicago, so many doctors in Chicago? People got jobs in Chicago. So how could you paint Chicago as this with all these different people here? So what they're doing is they're taking a certain element that's in these places and they trying to paint that like that represents these places, which it don't. If you come to Chicago, you're going to be like, oh, this is nice. Everybody comes say, oh, this is nice, because what you picturing is not real. It's false. No matter how much they show you happening in Chicago, that's how many miles from here. How long I've been alive? Have you heard one ambulance? So it's not like you're going to be over Chicago and I have no idea what's going on Lake Street, so-and-so in Lake on the west side. That's its own little spot. That's not Chicago. That's over on Lake Street, which is far over there. And whatever they doing, it don't represent no big old city. No, the drill music didn't do that. The drill music didn't do that. Listen to me, man. Don't listen to nobody else. Listen to me. They're young and they're telling you what it looked like. So they're looking at the music from the outside and they saying the music is making them act like that. You can even come to Chicago and you're going to see dudes say that. They're going to say the music making them act like that, but ain't none of them dudes a certain age and been outside. When you talk about somebody that's been outside and got the age, that's very rare. I'm 67. A lot of people 67. They don't know nothing about what's going on outside. And if you young, how could you compete with me when I've been seeing it a long time? We had the most homicides in 1974. And there was no rap music. I lived in O Block and the drill culture was there before Chief Keef made one song. And it was not the drill that increased the violence. It was the violence that increased the violence. Even the young rappers, if they give you a story, it's not going to be accurate. If Lil Durk gave you a story about what happened, and Chief Keef gave you a story right now about what happened, it would be totally inaccurate because they don't know, because they was babies. I can't let you keep putting up here what I'm saying the opposite. The drill music ain't increased nothing, bro. And I'm sorry, but when it comes to putting out false information that I don't agree with, I don't have no problem with disagreeing with you in private. But in front of these people, I'm not going to let you put false information. based on what I think. Now, somewhere else, the people that think that, you can put that over there. But if anybody got the money, have the set up the debate and bring one of these drill music calls of violence and put up the money and bring some fair judges that ain't already biased and already believe this or that, and I'll win hands down. You understand? I don't agree to disagree because, like I tell you, I win hands down. Listen and learn. Now, if I can't teach you anything, you really wasting your time over here because everything I say is going to be right and exact unless it's something historical that I don't know about. But what I'm telling you is absolutely 100% right and exact. No ifs, ands, or buts. I lived in O Block 6420. This is a fact. My youngest daughter went to school with Chief Keef's little sister. He used to pick his little sister up at school. I lived in O Block, raised children in O Block. Before drill music came up. And what happened across the country was going to happen anyway. And I challenge anybody to show me, if you take away drill music, I challenge anybody to show me what would make things better. What would make things better if they got rid of drill music? What would be better? Because it still won't be no jobs. It still won't be no opportunity. And whether they shooting or whatever, they still wouldn't have went to school. They still would have did school, and they still wouldn't have been able to survive in the system. And they would have had to turn to crime. Because when you don't go to school and get education, you're going to turn to crime. And as the population grow and you turn to crime, crime turn to violence. Crime is not going to stay crime as the population grow. This is a fact. They can put me on CNN, NBC, CBS. I'll shut them all down. This is an absolute fact. And the violence is not a product of the music. The music is a product of the violence. And you can give me your top people, I'll destroy them. Because truly, the only person that would be qualified to debate me, they would have to be 67 or plus. If you was under my age, and you couldn't tell me nothing. You don't know. If this is just a fact. If you're under my age, you don't know nothing. And when it comes to gangs and stuff, if you older than me, you don't know more than me because the gangs came at the same time, me and you, for the same time for me and you. There wasn't no gangs like that. So I was here when the whole gang culture started. And if y'all believe the gang culture that started when I was a little boy, if y'all think that was ever going to stop, you crazy. It's not going to stop. Y'all listen to me, okay? Listen to me. Don't listen to nobody else. You listen to me because everybody else got an ulterior motive. Okay? I'm going to look better if I blame it on the music. Everybody going to take me as, oh, he really OG telling it. I'm just telling you. I know what I'm sacrificing by saying this because I'm not saying what you're supposed to say. Listen, y'all really want to have this conversation? When it comes to this internet and talking about what's right and wrong, they have things you just supposed to say. And as long as they sound like that, that's why all these busters say, it's the music, it's the music, it's the music. Go anywhere. They all saying it's the music. Now answer me this. Is it wise to just have one concept about that? And is there any proof? No, there ain't no proof. There ain't no proof that that's true because everything got to go together for this to happen. Listen, I'm giving y'all some knowledge now, man. This is my birthday. Hit to send some money or something. Listen, this is some realest stuff you ever gonna hear. Think, just think. If you take drill music right now, right? Tell me the truth. Don't just try to stick with your philosophy. If you took drill music right now and drill music was right now the same way, and you didn't have Instagram and all that, what would be the difference? Because why nobody ain't saying that social media is the one that's spreading everything, not the music. Social media is the one that's spreading the music and all that. Take social media away, and I challenge any of your top scholars to tell me that the violence would be at the same level. And there's a big difference with social media because there's all different type of people on social media. So social media is not negative. Social media is not negative or positive. Social media is for whatever you're looking for. So I'm glad you said that, T&J, because this is how they be trying to brainwash y'all. Then they don't like me because I be deprogramming y'all. Because that's wrong too. It's not social media. Social media help that situation. But social media, you could be watching how to learn how to eat. You could be watching how to grow a garden. Social media's got a gang of positive information. So social media is spreading all kind of information, right? So if social media is spreading all kind of information, and there's people that's picking the bad information, is that the music fault or is that social media fault, or are they just bad? Because out of everything to choose, what make you choose that? And I've been in the streets. I grew up in Chicago, and all the little boys that wanted to be bad, they actually chose that. There's no music or nothing can make them do that. Music not gonna make you miss school and fail and all of that. Music ain't that powerful. These shorties don't want to go to school. They wouldn't go to school if you had music or not. In 2025, you would have the same people in 2025 if your society ran the same way. There's no way that you can have this society and get rid of drill music when this society is a drill. This is drill. This is drill. This is drill. And if you don't think it's drill, because you in Minnesota, you'll see you're going to be in your car and it's going to be drill. And it ain't going to be drill because no music. It's going to be drill based on crime. And the majority of the crime is robberies and personal beefs that music cannot make happen. Because no matter what, your young people still wouldn't be socialized. And the fact you didn't socialize them is how drill got made. But see, nobody want to deal with that. But you always deal with God and Allah and them like that. You always say, well, it was God did this and then this happened. But when it comes to what you see in the world today, you want to make it in the middle, drill's in the middle, and you want to say it's drill. Because you don't want to you overlooking how society was falling. That's how drill got here. If you ain't falling, you ain't got no drill. Make it make some sense. You don't got no drill. Nobody just gonna be talking about drilling. Chief Keef and them was like that before they made a song. Every time I ask somebody that they don't say nothing, I say, well, if drill's responsible for everything, where did Chief Keef get drill from? What made him start rapping that when there wasn't no other song like that? because they was going violent anyway, y'all. Listen, man, let me tell you something. A lot of the philosophies, social philosophies they giving y'all, is just sound good. It don't be real. And that's why they can't fix it. Think about it. If you say it's drill music, if it's drill music, you could fix it. But what if you say it's drill music and it's not? Will you be able to fix the problem? No. Because water's running on the flow. And you think it's this pipe, but it's that pipe. And they ain't going to be able to fix the situation if they blame it on drill. It's not going to happen. I'm supposed to go meet up with JT, the bigger figure, in a couple days. And they doing everybody's pushing peace. So I'm trying to figure out how I could do this interview and not say something that all them brothers ain't going to like. Because I don't want to mess up their thing. So I'm trying to figure out what I could kind of say without being phony that will, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes when you know a lot, then you can mess things up. Because it might not be necessary to say that when they trying to do something. So even if you know a certain thing ain't going to work, it ain't always cool to say that. But to y'all, I said that whole way they trying to push peace and stuff, that's not going to work. It's not going to work. I'm going to just tell y'all. I ain't going to say it when I go with all the brothers in a couple days, but I be done already told y'all, at least somebody know the truth. Who's here? Give me a thumbs up if you want to hear some of the realest stuff you ever heard. What I'm telling you is an absolute fact. You have to get rid of your emotions. You have to throw out, when you're watching me talk, throw out everything you believe and listen to it fresh. Don't compare what I'm saying to what you believe, because what you believe going to block. You not going to, because it ain't nobody out here that's going to say anything what I'm saying. And if I said what I'm saying, they'll all be tongue-tied. All right? So tonight we really get into it. So the violence. Let's talk about the violence in the Black community. This is what I'm going to tell the brother if it don't mess everything up, but I'm telling y'all now. One reason they can't stop the violence, because they don't understand the generations of the youth. And without understanding the youth and their generation, you can't do nothing. Now, what do I mean by that? Every 3 years, we got a whole new group of young people we got to talk to. Every 3 years. Every 3 years. Philadelphia, Chicago, Detroit, all these big cities. Every 3 years, we have a whole new group. So when you go out there and you're trying to push peace and stuff, let's say Shorty and them, you're trying to push peace, right? Let's say the youngest ones is 15. So the ones at 15, they out there, they trying to do the drills, they doing the drill rap. And then you got the 12-year-old. The 12-year-old ain't out there yet. But by the time the 15-year-old get 18, the 12-year-old will be 15. And so no matter how much you talk to the 15-year-old that's going to be 18, you got the 12-year-old finna be 15. And we can't fight that fight, because every 3 years is a different generation. That's why they change what they be using, right? Think about all the pharmaceuticals they've been using since back when they had the promethazine. and keep changing, right? So how could you get anybody off anything when ain't nobody on the same thing? But check this out. You know why they say I'm wrong? Because all our solutions we have to throw in the garbage if I'm right. They don't want to throw their fake solutions in the trash. So I gotta be wrong because you got to make it simple enough where you could say a fake solution. Like, we got to get rid of the drill, which is a fake solution. Okay, how? You know what I'm saying? I hear you talking. Is that a solution? We got to get rid of the drill. Okay, let's go with that. Okay, show me how we're going to get rid of the drill. What we going to do first? What we going to do? Because the shorties you got to change, they're not over here right now. They're not here. They're not watching this. The little 15-year-olds, the 18-year-olds, they're not watching. There's no way you're going to get no message to them. For every young person we go out here and have a peace meeting with, it's thousands and thousands of little shorties that ain't out there, ain't trying to hear none of what you're talking about. Thousands. And every 3 years, it's a whole fresh batch. Now, when you're talking high-level science and consciousness, you take the hardest, most difficult problem and try to figure out how to fix that. You don't just take no simple blah, blah, blah. You're not going to be able to fix the situation. You're talking based on belief systems, which you're not really, it's not nothing that's going to fix nothing. So just coming on here and saying, it's the drill music, it's the drill music. They've been saying it's the drill music how long? Okay, and what have they done about it? And what can they can't do nothing about the drill music. You can't do nothing about the sexy red type of music or the drill type of music unless you can change them young people every 3 years, the new group, so that they're not going in that direction. But if you can't be out there and hit them streets and hit all these cracks and corners and all these neighborhoods we got to change the youth every 3 years, what you can do. So they say, so Pharaoh, what are you saying? I'm saying that you're living in a Babylon system that cannot be fixed. They built a system that's not manageable. There's no way from New York to California you can control gangs, violence, or none of that the way these cities are constructed. It is impossible. Totally. Because it's set up totally wrong. And what they do is the ones that succeed in it pretend that everybody could have succeeded. So you have a system. Let's say you got 300 million, and you have a system where only 2 million can actually really make it. And then you use those 2 million to say everybody could have did it. But you, the one got the system, know that now everybody couldn't have did it. Because the more people do it, the less money you'll make. How you going to make money if everybody doing what you're doing? So the whole idea of making money is you the only one. So how could you be the only one and everybody got money? If you selling more cars than him, how you going to have the same amount of money you got? So it's not the music. The music is the results. It's like your tonsils, when your tonsils used to hurt and the doctors used to want to take your tonsils out. That's drill music, is your tonsils. But the drill music is showing you the problem. The drill music's not the problem. The problem is what they saying on the drill music. And what they saying on the drill music don't come from the drill music. It come from outside. They really do hate each other. It's not make-believe. The music not making them hate each other like that. They really do hate each other. They be almost 40 years old before they learn how not to hate another brother. You ain't noticed that people just hate you, they don't even know you? You think music make them like that? And so for me with drill, watching the society go and watch the music getting created and then going here now and hear people talking about it here now, when you could have seen all that, that was already going to happen. There's no way we wasn't going to be here. This has been going this direction since like 1986, 85, 86. That's when we started headed in this direction. But because it never stopped, people just can't, they want to think it's new. So they would say, oh, it's the drill music. It's no. It's like, let me explain what I'm saying. People that say, you know, it was bad, but it's worse now. All right. So let's say I got a sore on my hand. I got a little bump. And then I don't treat it. Right? So 3 weeks later, I got a big old bump and it's pussing. So then you say, it was bad when it was little, but it's really bad now. But not really. When it was little, it was bad. It was going to create this. But what you want to do is say, separate it and be like, no, this sore, it was going to have a break in it. And then drill music was going to make this sore get worse. Because you don't want to admit it was a sore, and you don't want to admit that that sore was going to be like that anyway. And then if you admitted that that sore was going to be like that anyway, then you would know drill had to be made. All the proof is there that drill was made because of society. Because when drill was made, was when they had the most control. So for people to say the record labels made drill, that's totally incorrect. I would win the debate. The record labels, I would win that debate. I would take all your money if you say the record labels created drill because drill came out in the independent era. You don't need no damn record label no more. That's why it's so much drill out here. It ain't no whole lot of drill out here because no record label. There's drill out here because right now I can make a record tonight and get it mastered and I can have it being played tomorrow. I don't need no record label. And I can get a camera and shoot a video and be on YouTube right now talking about crime and danger. It ain't nothing you can do about it. No record label. Record label what? How many drill artists in Chicago you think signed to a record label? Don't nobody even know how many drill artists it is because anybody could just be an artist. And so if you look at all the lies they tell about drill, you'll see that they don't know what they're talking about. Because Chief Keef didn't have no record label. By the time he got on a record label, he had been talking crazy. You know what I'm saying? What record label? Young Chopper them was right down the street. What record label? That's all fake, man. That's why they can't fix it. So if they say, I don't know what I'm talking about, I'll change subject. Okay, let's have a debate on why you can't fix it. Because if you believe they can fix that, that's because you're not listening to what I'm saying. And a lot of times when you got a problem, and if you don't take that problem as serious as it really is, you ain't going to be able to fix it. And the drill music creating a problem, that's not serious. That's the weak way out. That's just something to say. That's just some stuff to say. Because ain't no music can make you like that. You can make the music like that, but the music can't make you like that. Nobody can be made no kind of way from no music. There is no music that can make you no kind of way. I don't give a damn if you go get your top, whoever, put the money up and get them. Go get one of these dudes talking about sound waves and how certain notes. Go get them, put up 5 racks. I'll embarrass them. Go get them. They can bring all their little forks and all their little music tune things to show this frequency, and they can show graphs and all of that. All that's trash. All that's trash. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. That's all trash. When a person got an evil mean, they're going to be evil. It don't come from music. It comes from evil. There's evil. And then evil get in you, get in your mind, get in your music. Ain't no music make no evil. Evil make the music. So how you going to fix the music with the evil? Somebody tell me, because there's people making positive music. So if there's a lot of people making positive music, but we got a lot of youth listening to the drill, that means we got a lot of negative ass people. Because why is there so many people listening to the other music? Why they not listening to it? The ones that's listening to it choose to listen to it. The drill culture in the Black community in Chicago, out of 100% of Black people, the drill culture in Chicago ain't nothing but 10%. I give you 20. But because they get in trouble a lot, they make you think that's a lot of people. They ain't no lot of people. There ain't no lot of people in Cook County Jail compared to Black Chicago citizens. That's okay. Jim Kim say he's a plant. See, that's new stuff. That's new stuff. They put this stuff out here, Jim Kim, and then y'all bite that stuff and just start saying stuff because they put these nut conspiracies out there. All wrong again, Jen Kim. Don't stop listening. That's why I tell you, listen to me. Don't keep saying that stuff you're hearing out there from these weirdos on social media. Y'all listen, them people don't be knowing what they talking about. Listen, there's an effort out there to try to look super woke, right? Y'all listen to me. There's an effort out there to try to look super woke because then you get a lot of praise and stuff. So somebody like me, I could do that. I could do y'all like that. I could be liked. I can have all y'all saying, yeah, brother, you're right, you're right. Y'all never think about that. I could do that. I could come over here and I could sell y'all the drill is everything and y'all would eat it up. And I would be the man. They'd be like, that brother talking. But when I come and tell y'all the truth, and because it's not glamorous or it's not the fake woke thing to say that can stimulate you off of fake emotions, then people don't want to listen. Because I'm supposed to want that emotion. I'm supposed to play off of your dislike for drill. If it was drill, I would say it was drill. I got no reason to say it's not drill. But nobody never think of that. Nobody say, well, this brother ain't got no reason to defend no damn drill. Name me 10 reasons I got to defend drill. Why would I defend drill? Somebody explain to me. Why would what I'm saying can't really be how I look at it? Think about that. Who believe I come over here and my vibe is to defend drill? When I'm in the music business and I'm telling y'all from the music business, I'm in the business. I'm from the block out there. What they telling you on social media is false. And they're brainwashing the youth with falsehoods. The last thing we need is for these shorties to believe drill is that powerful, because it's not. It ain't, drill ain't that. Drill is not that. I need some real Chicago people over here that really be outside, some older people that be outside. Because when they get older, they don't be going to nothing. Drill is nothing, man, like what they telling y'all. You go to a big drill, one of them big concert drill, all them kids is good kids. It ain't even no drill kids there. Right now, you can pull up any drill video. I could prove everything I'm saying. Everything I'm saying, I could prove it. If you pull up a drill song, I could show you that only the rapper, the only one care. The rest of them, they don't care nothing about what he rapping. They just on there because he one of the guys. A lot of them, you look at them in the video, they don't even want to be there. He just rapping. He said hip-hop was massively positive until the wreck. No, it wasn't. Hip-hop wasn't massively positive. That's wrong. I'm going to have to get you from over here. I'm going to have to put you on timeout till tomorrow. Because you don't know what you talk about. Hip-hop was never massively positive. There was a few positive rappers. The rest of the rappers was just on goofy stuff and clown stuff. They was rapping the same demented stuff. Truly got a big old butt. I know I told you I'd be sued. Well, he went up to the high school and seen the girl and all that. It wasn't positive. That's make-believe. Chuck D and KRS-One was nobody. How old are you, Jen Kim? But I got to get rid of you because don't listen to him. He not me. When you used to go home and turn on Rap City and turn on your MTV, we used to have to wait all day to see a conscious rap group. Dude talking crazy. Anyway, man, come back tomorrow because you're misleading the people. He misleading the people. He lying. Come back tomorrow, dude. You ain't learning nothing. He ain't learning nothing. He lying. I'm the realest alive. When I used to sit back and watch your MTV rap and Rap City the Basement, I had to wait to finally see Poor Righteous Teachers or somebody. I had to sit through Milk is Chillin', Wiz is Chillin'. I had to sit through all that. Georgie Porgy, Puddin' Pie. I had to sit through all that. We got our own thing, which wasn't positive. It was just same court jester stuff. Some black dudes dance around the dilly 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 dee. That's not positive. There's not no message in that. Wasn't no message in Heavy D. Wasn't no message in Biz Markie. Biz Markie was basically a court jester. You got what I need, and you say that was not. And when you used to watch it for, that's what we was waiting for. Black conscious dudes like me. That's what I was waiting for. Listen, I swear to God, when I used to watch that stuff, I was already this. Hold on, let me show you. I'm going to show you me at the height of the hip-hop they be talking about. And you tell me, am I lying or am I telling the truth? Hold on. I like these type of conversations because I'm telling y'all the facts, but you got to listen to me. Don't be listening to nobody else because they all want to say what makes them look positive. It doesn't matter if it's right or nothing. It doesn't matter if it's thoroughly analyzed. It just has to sound and create an enemy. Now, let me find my age group. When I'm listening to all that stuff. Okay. This is my age when I'm watching I'm like 2 years older than this when I'm watching all the rap when it started blowing up. That's me with the red dreads. So that's me watching this stuff like 2 years later from this. This when I left LA and got to Chicago. That's when it really went crazy. When I was in LA, it was still mostly on the radio. Shout out to everybody in LA, tell them it was on K-Day. K-Day came on AM and FM, and all the rap, we used to have to listen to it. Rap really didn't get big on the TV until like 1989, 90. But really from the 90s on, that's when TV took over. Because when I was in LA in the 80s, it was radio. It wasn't no TV like that. Nobody hardly had cable like that, but a couple people that was trying to get other stuff to watch. You know what I'm saying? So when you start even go look at the dates of the Black conscious rap, you'll see what I'm talking about. And you'll see that them brothers, you had to get on MTV first. That's why Run DMC broke through first, because they was on MTV. It took a little while before BET really got into the hip hop the way they were supposed to. You understand? So I ain't gonna tell no lies on, because that ain't gonna serve me. All I'm saying is there wasn't, when they say hip hop was a majority positive, that's not true. Rakim was a street rapper talking about cooking up work. Because I don't want to dream about getting paid. Go listen to the song. He talk about working on that stove. But these people that try to act like Rakim was positive. Cool G Rap, not positive. That was drill. Actually, Rakim, Cool G Rap, that was basically drill. Basically. And you only had a few of all these different kinds. So you had only a few of them. Nas came in on that. Nas came in on the drill culture, right? Right? Nas, remember, he downtown New York with the razor blade in his mouth, talking about taking people's passports and all that. Nasty Nas. Nasty Nas was not Black conscious. Nasty Nas was drill, was old school gangster drill. Gangster drill, what's the difference? That's the same. Ain't no difference in drill and NWA. And King T and all of them. That was drill. That was just old drill. Just like you got old R&B, and then, you got the Jackson 5, and then you got New Edition. Same thing. It's the same thing. Trap. Trap ain't nothing but drill, because if you're in the trap and somebody try to take your stuff, you got to drill them. So Atlanta took it to trap. What? I messed my money up. Now I can't. That's drill. Waka Flocka, that was drill, y'all. That's why he's looked at as one of the inventors of drill. They be disrespecting Florida. I'm going to keep it real. They be disrespecting Florida. Because Florida been on that drill. Florida been on that gangster stuff, but they never could get their music out. Florida been on that. Florida they didn't let the Master P and them came out first and all that, but Florida was on that already. So what's my point? My point is I'm showing you when the infection started. The infection didn't start until that work started coming in heavy in the late 80s. That's what caused all of this. That's what caused drill. I left LA early 83. Come back at the end of 80. Man, you should have seen the weaponry they had. It was like coming to the future. That's when the change happened. Everything you see today started when I was in Hawaii. That is the absolute fact. Everything you see today started when I was in Hawaii, like 1984, 1985, mostly like 1985. Y'all, listen to me. This is a fact. Everything you see today started in 1985. It just took a little time to spread and grow. It was the baby stages of the infection. Look, I swear for God, y'all listen to me. When I was in LA in like 1988, it was just like Chicago is today. Is there any older brothers from California? Man, listen. Sometimes California might have been almost worse. But it was bad. When I was in Cali, everybody had to move out their living rooms. Nobody could sit in the living room because of the violence. So for me being in Chicago, it's just like when I was in LA. Is anybody from California, would you tell these people? It was bad, 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 bad. Like, to me, it was a lot more frightening. To me. I was scared more. I've been scared in LA. I haven't been really scared too much here in Chicago. But in LA, whew, that's why in LA they be getting mad when people be playing with them. LA is a whole nother monster. You know what? I lived in a crib neighborhood because my girlfriend lived in a crib neighborhood. I'm not paying no attention to this because I'm a conscious roster. I don't know nothing what's going on. I just got back from Hawaii. But I know when we used to go to the swap meet, they used to say, call us Mr. and Mrs. Cuz. And I know on our block, they was all Cuz. So I knew it was Crips. But what I didn't understand, I had a red Chevy Nova, a brand new one. And with that red Chevy Nova, I didn't know nothing about gangs and all that. So think about it. I'm in a crib neighborhood with this red Chevy Nova, driving around through their hood. So I could tell you two stories. So one day, I come off our block, and when I'm going this way and I turn, there's a dead-end street there where they got this big mural and this like big concrete wall, and you got to make a right to go out to the street with the light. No, I give you three incidents. So one day, I turn off our street and I make that right. All the street lights is out and it's dark on the next street behind us, and I got to turn. When I drive up to that dead end with a wall with all the graffiti, it was a whole bunch of Crips there in the dark with their face tied up. I never had seen nothing like that. because I never seen nobody with all them bandanas on their face. Hey, listen, I ain't gonna tell y'all no lie. So because all the lights out, I can't see the wall like I usually did. When I pulled up, they was in there back in the dark. You would have never known they was there. Bro, it looked like you in Cambodia or somewhere. Like you in Colombia or something. And I made a right. Now, not long after that, the same spot, I came, made my turn off my block, made a right, the lights and stuff's on, nobody there. When I get to the next corner to the main street, a car pull up next to me with a bunch of gang members in it. And they all looking over in my car. It was years before I realized that's because I had that red car, man. They kept riding down on me with that red car, but I always had them dreads and stuff. So dreadlocks saved me, being a Rasta saved me, because every time they looked and seen I was a Rasta, they just went on. But the third time is the reason I found out this, and I only found out what was going on about 2 years ago. I was at the movie theater, and I left the movie theater and went to a gas station. When I went to the gas station, I had a red Chevy Nova. When I jumped out and I went and paid for my gas, I think, when I'm walking back to the car, some brothers pull up in the car and they all jumped out. They was going to get me. But I don't know this, because they all getting out for what? This is just a little gas station where you pay and get your gas. So they all 5 of them like jumped out. So I'm walking back to my car. I got to walk past them because my car is back here. You pay right here. And they jumped out like behind my car. So as I'm walking this way, we meet in the middle of nowhere, like where it's empty pumps. And when they passed me, they said, "What up, blood?" Right? So I said, "Rastafari," and went on to my car. Look, man, just like this happened back in the 80s, late 80s, just about 6 or 9 months ago. I'm looking at some pictures of me vending, and I see my little red Chevy Nova, and then it hit me. Ah, I had this red car, man. So that's why they jumped out on me and said, "What up, blood?" But they seen I wasn't no blood or no Crip, and they seen I don't know what's going on. So nothing happened to me because I was black conscious with the dreads, with the Pan-African clothes on. So my response was Rastafari. So they was like, "Oh, that's Bob Marley," because they all love Bob Marley. They love Bob Marley out there. They used to have Bob Marley pictures all in their rooms. Because, you know, for real, I didn't know what happened until just all these years later, before I realized all these situations where they pulled up on me, it was because of that red car. And what's crazy is back then, innocent people used to get hurt from mistaken identity. So all I needed was the wrong fools to just say I was a blood, and they could have just aired my car out if I had my windows up and they couldn't see who's in there. I'm saying all that to say that was the beginning of what you're seeing all over the place now. It's been growing. And the energy created the music, because I was there when drill got made in Chicago. I was there at the very beginning, which is crazy to think. Now you say, "Pharaoh, how you know you was there?" I was there, y'all. I was there when they was making drill. Can you believe that? Why do I say that? I lived in O Block. I lived in 6420. And our bedroom was back here. And then that's where you walk out to King Drive. And then there's apartments over there, right? So one day, I'm by the bedroom window. And I hear all these people on the second floor at the building catty corner me. And I hear them, I can't hear what they're saying, but it's like 20 or 30 of them saying these lyrics. Now you say, well, how do you know something strange happened? Because I'm knee deep in the music business, so I know every song, right? I know every song. So I'm trying to figure, what is this song, right? Think about it. I'm trying to figure how this many people know whatever they saying. How come I ain't heard this? Because I'm in the music business. If there's any song they saying, I would know. I would know exactly what song that is. But they were singing a song. I did not know that was the beginning of drill. That was the beginning when they had learned from Soulja Boy, and they was shooting them videos, and they was putting them on YouTube, and I didn't know it. They started shooting them songs and putting them songs on YouTube. No record label, no nothing. And blew up on YouTube, and that's how the record labels found them. And it was like maybe about a year before I found out what they was doing. Because we moved to Hyde Park, and then my daughter was in the 6th grade, and then she came home telling me about the music. Because all the music, I'm finna give y'all some more gang. All the music that grow in the Black community today in these times, it all started in 6th and 7th grade. The 6th and 7th graders make the new music. That's where music is born at. The 6th and 7th grade. That's an absolute fact. And then they go into the 8th grade and 9th grade. They go into 7th to 8th grade. And then they go to high school. And they take them brand new artists with them when they freshmen. They be knowing the artists before the artists make it. Because they found out they can go on YouTube. Because Soulja Boy started manipulating MySpace and YouTube. And so the kids went on there before any of us knew what they was doing. And they was making this new sound. And when they was making this new sound, the tension had already started. The beef had been started. The history of drill is going to be like, everything went crazy when Dirk said GDK. And then Lil Jojo came back and said BDK. That's not accurate, because why did Dirk say GDK? He said GDK because of the tension that started with one fight. I was there. And that fight went on into the music. These is factual facts. Only they younger than me, but they would be y'all's OGs if y'all young. Only some OGs, they in their 50s now. They'll know. All of them will tell you, Ro ain't lying. There was no beef between the two gangs. None. They was all considered folks. BDs was folks and GDs was folks. There was some tension between the modes, but there was no tension between them. And right there, there's a liquor store right there. When you go to 63rd and King Drive and make a right, there's the Rothschilds, I think it's called, liquor store. And in front of that liquor store, A BD and a GD got into a fight. The BDs was on this side where Pharaoh Block is at, and the GDs was over there on the side where the liquor store was at. They got into a fight. One of them lost, and all hell broke loose. This is absolute fact. All hell broke loose. That's why Dirk said GDK. There was already smoke. You're not going to get this nowhere. Send this to anybody. You get it from the real Chicago historian, somebody that know this is a fact from that area. I was there. I didn't make myself be there. I just happened to be there. And that is where it all came from. And then we moved, and that's when O got unalived. And when O got unalived, drill still ain't popping like that yet. Academics ain't popping. None of that ain't popping yet like that. So his name O Block after O. Drill ain't nothing. So how you gonna say drill started it when O was gone before drill was anything? It was all the way up. That's why a lot of us, we didn't go to Adriana's. Where did Chi-Town people tell them, man, Pharaoh is telling some stuff. I'm telling stuff Chicago people forgot. Go to Adriana's. It was dangerous up in there because they were starting the beef heavy. King Louis was saying stuff on his records. King Louis is really the first one that everybody was mad at. Not Dirk. King Louis was the one that everybody was pissed on. Everybody that wasn't what he was not happy with King Louis. This is the real history, really what was going on outside. And so that mentality started growing. Now you got to think, as that mentality is growing, the music scene is going from analog to digital. So now it's getting easy for you to make your music at home. You don't need no big $1 million mixing board and no 2-inch tapes. So now the hood can record. Because if you don't go from analog to digital, right? If you don't go from analog to digital, then you ain't there. You know what I'm saying? Don't Lie on God is probably behind right now, ain't caught up. So sometimes when they be commenting, they watching the beginning and they just get in the chat. You got to catch up. He said instead of celebrating that man, don't nobody celebrate him. Those few people that look up to him, they don't represent black people. So that's an overstatement. There's no black people running around Chicago celebrating Big Meech. That's what I'm saying. You watch a few people on social media and you make these statements like they reflect the community, and they don't. Nobody's in Chicago care about Big Meech or is worshiping Big Meech. Come on. That's the internet giving you a false, you know what I'm saying? People have watched the TV shows and stuff, but the idea that somebody is, that the community is looking up to him just because you can find a certain niche on social media. These small niches don't represent the majority. They represent a few. And so there's really no need to say don't celebrate because nobody's really celebrating dude like that. And then as far as why do we don't celebrate black doctors? Because black doctors are not here to be celebrated. So black doctors are not out there for you to know who they are to be celebrated. A black doctor gonna go to work, do his job as a doctor, and go home. So how are we gonna celebrate a miscellaneous person that just go to work as a doctor and still raising their children? So it's definitely gonna be more easier to celebrate somebody that's out for fame, like an actor or athlete or some kind of gangster, than a hardworking person that's not going to be out there for anybody to know them to be celebrated. So to say we should celebrate doctors, this is what I'm talking about. People just be saying stuff trying to sound positive, but what they be saying don't make no sense because a doctor is never going to put themselves in a position to be celebrated. What doctor is going to go looking for celebration? Make it make sense. Because the criminals that's looking for celebration, they go to prison. So the only people looking for celebration is actors, actresses, athletes, and people like that. There's no regular people or criminals looking for celebration. That's all false. There's nobody celebrating Big Meech. That sounds, nobody's into that like that just because people talking about it. You understand? So this is fake positivity. I mean, it's just some stuff to type. You know what I'm saying? If you see some people cheering for LeBron, they say we shouldn't be celebrating LeBron, but that's only them celebrating LeBron. They don't represent we. There's more people that didn't watch the game than people that watched the game. So that's an exaggeration when you see some people and then you say we. That's social media. I'm trying to show y'all the flaws in social media. There's flaws. There's a lot of generalization that's not accurate. You said Lil Meech made what right decision? No, he didn't. No, he didn't make the right decision. Nobody would trust him again. Yeah, he damaged his reputation. Nobody would trust him. You'll do that, Yank's toy, because nobody will trust you. The right decision was for him to shut up and don't say nothing. So definitely, Tay, good thing you wasn't his advisor. You know what I'm saying? Because the best thing for him to do, the right decision was for him not to do nothing. Would have been the right decision for his name not to even be being mentioned right now. So whatever he did that got his name mentioned was wrong. He shouldn't have not said anything. He shouldn't have said nothing. Young people. Thanks, Tay, because those type of things help me teach people. So even though somebody will say, I'm going against Tay, I appreciate Tay, because if Tay don't say that, he won't make me think. So he make me have to think to see if it's accurate. But let me tell you something, young people. Keep your mouth shut. Keep your mouth shut. I'm 67. There ain't nothing they could do to me. I'm already been doing me. As a young person, if I come on this social media, certain things I say could hold me back for the rest of my life. And so he should have not said anything. Young people, listen to me. You're going to find yourself in situations. You're going to find yourself in situations on the phone or with people, and this person is against that person. You're going to have that happen. Don't say anything. And if you got a problem with a person, don't say nothing to nobody. Okay? Even if it's you. If you go to work and there's somebody at work that you don't like, don't tell nobody. Not even your people at home or anything. Don't tell nobody nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. So he said, this is business, not personal. Business is personal. So you need to listen to me, Tay. Business is personal. And if you don't deal with business personally, you'll be out of business. All business is personal. Now go to your job, and I bet you a bad personality will get you fired. All business is personal. All of it. Everything you do affects your business moves. If a person don't like you, that will hurt your business. Period. If a person does not like you, that will hurt your business because our business is personal. So every customer come to your business, treat them nice and treat them with a smile because that great customer service is going to make a difference. It's personal. And if you don't personally get them to like you, they're not going to frequent your business. You want to come up, it's all personal. The person that can make friends and the person that's easy to get along with going to get further than you. Every raise you get, every break somebody give you is going to be personal. There's no difference between business and personal because business is personal. Okay? Always. When I'm not on this internet, everywhere I go, I treat people extremely kind. Everybody I deal with, if I go to play my lottery number, if I go to buy something at the store, every person I come in contact with, a cashier, anybody, I always treat them extremely nice, and I always bond a relationship with them. I have them to the point where every time I see them, I talk to them. I befriend them. Everybody. And I go overboard for young girls, which I be worried about because I don't be wanting them to think I'm creepy. But my daughter had got a job at Portillo's. It was out in the south suburbs. And daddy had to go pick her up late at night because she got off like 10:30, 11. So when I used to go to pick up my youngest daughter, and I know she was working in there serving people, I used to always think, I wonder how people treat my baby nice. You know, she just come out the womb. She just getting out of high school, working until she go to college. So she just getting into the world. So now she's in the world working this job, and I got to pick her up. So I'm outside the Portillo's looking at customers going in and out. And I start thinking, I wonder if they being nice to my baby, to my youngest daughter. I call her the baby because she's the youngest. So from that time, that did something to me mentally. So every time I go somewhere and there's a young black girl working, I be so nice. And I be wondering if they thinking it's more than what it is, because it ain't none of that. Because you remind me of my daughter. I'm thinking about my daughter. So I try to be extremely nice, right? Because of my daughter. I went in Whole Foods and there was a young girl coming there. I think she wanted the people to shop for everybody. And when I got by her, I called her. I got to think of what I called her. But then when I bumped back into her at the store, I asked her, did it bother her that I called her that? I forgot what I called her. I might have said honey or something like that, or sweetheart. I think I said sweetie or sweetheart. So when I bumped back into her, I said, I hope that didn't bother you, because I'm thinking about my daughter. So I'm saying that from that perspective. So every time I go in there, the young lady, we always speak. It's like a bond there, because she understands that, I didn't really think it was the right word, but that's what we call my daughters. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want her to get the wrong impression, but it's just everything changed for you when your children is out there. And these is other people's children. So I be wanting to be extremely nice to them. I don't want to be around them. I don't want to know them, because it's high and by. But when it's high, I like it to be pleasant. Whether it's a security guard and I got to keep going in the store and dude in there, I'll talk to dude. Because it's just, I'm not comfortable passing this dude every day and they'll say, hey, what's going on, man? Good to see you again. I done seen you 8 times. You know what I'm saying? You've been a security guard here sometime maybe 2 months. I need to speak to you. I can't just keep walking by you. I see you every day. I done seen you every time I come in this store twice a week. You here. This been going on for 4 or 5 months. I'm finna be like, hey, bro, okay, you bro now. Whether you're a woman or whoever, if I see you too much, you sis, you bro. I see you all the time. So I like to be pleasant with everybody, because in business, you got to be pleasant. You can get more done if you're pleasant than if you're not. You go there, your package lost. If you be pleasant, then they'll try to find your package. But if you're going crazy, they might go back there and make sure you never find your package. You know what I'm saying? So anybody got any questions? You say promotion and raises are based more on who they like. It's based on who they like and how much you work. If they like you and me the same, but I work better, Joshua, I'm going to get the position. So yes, it is going to be based on who they like. But it's still, the bottom line is the dollar. So you there to make money for them and not make strife or stress or uncomfortability. You're there to help make money. And because we got to come in there every day and make money, we might as well be pleasant. Because I got to see you tomorrow. I got to see you Monday through Friday. So ain't no need and no attitudes. And attitudes only come from you getting too much in people's business. For G's out here on the street, the way we stay close forever is we stay out of each other's business. We don't get too close to each other. We the best of buddies from a distance. We're not all up in each other's houses and stuff like that. So you could be with a brother. I was with a crew and I was with a brother, and I wasn't really all up in his house, all around him. He was like like a brother to me, but I wasn't up in his house, up around him and his wife. Me and my wife wasn't up around him and his wife. But everybody that did that, him and them are no longer cool. Whereas me, that stayed out the way but stayed loyal, we still like this. Because you have your family, I have my family. Yeah, we boys, but we should not try to mix these families. Listen, young black man, let me tell you something. Don't try to mix women. You cannot mix women together. I learned this from my father. My father came to Chicago, him, my Uncle Sidney, my Uncle Stanley, and my Uncle Oscar, four of them. And my father never mixed his wife with my Uncle Oscar's wife. They only visit each other maybe once we go to their house, once they come in our house a year. My father and my Uncle Oscar would get together a lot on their own, but they would never have the family together. They left their families separate except maybe twice a year. And we've been really tight and very cordial with each other the whole time because you can't mix them together. So when my father and his uncles all came up here with their fiancés, the fiancés didn't get along. So they all had to find out how they can get a separate space because it ain't going to work with these women up by each other. It don't work like that. Y'all getting a lot of knowledge tonight. On everything. So let's do some question and answers. Well, let me see what time it is. Okay, it's 6 in the morning. It ain't even night. So it's 6 in the morning. Do anybody have any questions? We'll talk for a little while. I'll end it and I'll come back and start another live. But one thing is, don't buy into the drill music story. That's not true. That's not true. Them shorties like that anyway. They just like that. And they just found out they can make money doing that. But the system is not pushing that. That's also false. The system not pushing. You got to push that on your own. If you're a drill rapper, you got to push that on your own. The system would have never pushed Lil Durk if he didn't do emotional and girly songs. If he didn't do emotional songs, you got me up and then I feel all down. If he didn't do those type of songs, they wouldn't have signed him. If you listen to his records, he can't have no whole bunch of drill on there. If he drop a record with Universal, he can't put no bunch of drill on there. They're not buying no drill, y'all. Listen to me. You're not going nowhere. If you're a young rapper, listen to me. You're not going nowhere with no drill. Now, you could make money as an independent just posting it on your YouTube and getting a lot of people that just specify in that genre. But if you want to really break through, you're going to have to make emotional songs. I went to the Dirk concert, and one reason Dirk sell out arenas is Dirk got mostly emotional songs. Dirk ain't got no whole lot of drill records with his new stuff. Them young girls was in there saying every word. So if you want to go the long route, young rappers, go do the drill stuff. But if you want to go the quick route and get the money, get you a woman, make sure she's pretty too. Y'all become a famous couple, you rapping, her doing whatever social media personality she want to be, and you're going to get rich. And you got to make songs like that. You understand? You got to make songs like that. So you got to make the songs for the young girls. And for the young men, you got to make the emotional songs. So to everybody else, it's gonna sound like you rapping drill, but you're not. You're gonna be rapping the pain of the streets, and that's what they want to hear. That's what's gonna make you a big, big star. Talking about how when you was locked up, nobody came to see you, and how everybody tried to backdoor you, and how many people tried to do you dirty, and how you kept falling in love and getting hurt, and you don't love nobody no more. This is what they want to hear. And then you got to give them a drill song. Because if he did you dirty, what you gonna do about it? You gonna drill him, right? But you gotta keep it all the way up 100. It all goes together. If you want to do positive music, then you got to go find a positive following, and you can do the same thing with positive music. You just can't get as many teenagers and young adults with positive music because they got too many different type of genres they can go for. So like when you put out positive, conscious rap, woke rap, you ain't gonna necessarily go nowhere like you want because you competing with the drill and you competing with the sexy rap. And like people, they young and they hormones. And when they're young and they got their hormones like that, they like to mate. And so that's why you got all the sexy girls doing all of that. So you say 50 seems to want you to kiss it to survive. Is that a real career? No, 50, 50 is doing that for a promotion. 50 uses every negative thing to get people to watch his page to use it for promotion to keep attention so that his movies and his TV shows and all that go over. He could care anything about any of that. 50 Cent is a marketing genius, Sam. So he'll beef. Everybody come to look at the beef. Once he realized everybody come to look at the beef, he put an advertisement up for what he's getting ready to do. It's genius. That's what he's doing, Sam. Let me ask you something, Sam. With all this mess going on with 50 Cent, Big Meech, and Lil Meech, let me ask y'all all an honest question. If he drops another BMF with Lil Meech, is it going to do less numbers or more numbers? Put it in the chat. Y'all never put nothing in the chat. Y'all be asking me questions. Put it in the chat. If all of a sudden he ain't going to say nothing. He just drop a commercial and you say Lil Meech playing a role for BMF, what's going to happen? So basically, 50 could be cool with this. 50 could be cool with this because this is publicity, and all publicity is good publicity. He says, what's my thoughts on LGBTQ using drill or any music as an influencer? I think more power to him because once you take away one person's freedom, you got to take yours away. So I can't take their freedom away without taking my freedom away. It don't work like that. So whatever they want to rap, they can rap it. Think about it, crazy. If you try to down that, then they say, okay, let's down that. As a matter of fact, let's put this over there too. And let's put this over there, and let's down this, and let's down that, and let's down that. So either everybody got it right or nobody got it right. Thanks, Bruce. Y'all, let me put the am I wrong, y'all? What y'all think? I'm wrong about that? Let me know. What y'all think? Huh? Am I wrong? Because I'm coming from the positive side. Let me ask y'all something. With all this positive stuff we was putting out there, was they letting it happen? Was they supporting our positive stuff that we was putting out there in the world? No. If the LGBTQ people, you know what I'm saying, they got LGBTQ fans. It's true. You know what I'm saying, Corey? Crazy, what's it, Crazy Pinky? Listen, get your mind straight. The LGBTQ, right? They got LGBTQ fans. If I'm LGBTQ, I'm gonna make me some LGBTQ music. I'm gonna make it just as bogus as the heterosexual music. I'm gonna be talking crazy. I would definitely do that if I was LGBTQ. I would definitely be drill LGBTQ rapping and really be with the smoke. I'm telling you, there's no music around Sam if there's no audience or no supporters. So there's no R&B music because there's no R&B supporters. There's no any other kind of music because the people that like that kind of music are not supporting it. Because if you're supporting it, it's going big. Just like Borough in Africa, he going big. Why? Because they supporting it. Any music you don't support ain't gonna go nowhere. So any music you don't see, they ain't got no supporters. Don't nobody listen to conscious rap. So that's why I ain't going nowhere. Ain't nobody reposting no conscious rap. Everybody reposting drill. Everybody reposting the sexy red type of rap. But I don't see positive brothers reposting nothing. The positive community is the worst supporters. Hey, the woke positive community, they the worst supporters. The people that's grimy and gritty, oh, they push their stuff. They gonna push that. But the ones that call themselves positive, they ain't gonna push that. They ain't gonna push their stuff. Tell me I'm lying. If everybody think I'm lying, tell me. It makes it, hey, it's interesting. I want to know if I'm talking crazy. The work's gonna have more traction because most of the positive people is fake, G-Rock. G-Rock. A lot of the negative people, listen, a lot of the negative people is fake, G-Rock. So when you look at Chicago and you see all them dudes in them drill songs, they not like that. Out of 20 of them, maybe only 2 of them is like that. You know what I'm saying? They not like that. And so with the positive, it's the same thing. If you make a positive music put out there, nobody will support you. Nobody will repost your stuff. Nobody sees you. But they all say they want to hear more positive music. That be blowing my mind because I know it's a gang of positive music. So that sounds phony to me. There's positive music everywhere. Lots of it. And they're like, why is it only negative music? That's, come on. That's fake. I Javan got some fire music. I be reposting this stuff. Nobody reposts this stuff. My brethren, Zadi, his son, Lil Zadi, fire music. Nobody reposts. Man, I just called my man Lil Zadi. That's because he's my little nephew. I need it. Hold on. I can't be called him Lil Zadi. That's bogus. Hold on. he gonna be pissed, man. He said, man, I ain't no Lil Zoddy. Man, I'm trying to find his page. Come on, man, post his page. Zoddy didn't even put his page. Hold on. I gotta give my man some love. Uh oh, you know what? I reposted this stuff. Let me see. Man, you can't get no. There you go. My man Wadati. Hold on. Go follow my man. Just like my little nephew. Just like my nephew. Just like my little nephew. Go follow my nephew, man. He fire. But you know, he ain't. Nobody supports you when you try to do nothing positive. You know what I'm saying? They just complain about the negative. If we supported the positive music, it would be big. Shout out to CTA Radio. Go follow CTA Radio. Shout out to my boy Pugsy Adams. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Man, they don't support. Man, let me tell you something. They don't be supporting them reels. Boy, some real spitters out here. Don't nobody support them. Tell me I'm lying. If I'm lying, tell me I'm lying. Go over here and follow my man and tell him Pharaoh sent you. Go check out Fly Pirate Skins. Go check out Fly Pirate Skins and tell him Pharaoh sent you over there. And tell him I told y'all he one of the coldest rappers out here. Cold. They call him the Chicago Jay-Z. I ain't kidding. Fly Pirate Skins. Go follow bro. Bars. He ain't getting the love. He ain't gonna get the love like the drill rappers. Look, he ain't gonna get that love like the drill rappers. He ain't gonna get that love. I bet you that. He ain't gonna get that drill. He ain't gonna get man, listen, I'm telling y'all the real. That's why you see Sam, that's why I be talking like that when they be hating on the drill, because they ain't supporting the other stuff. They ain't supporting the other stuff. Bro, fire with it. Go follow him right now. Fly Pirate Skins. Tell him Pharaoh said that sent you over there right now. Boy, cold. Bars. Shout out to Rosen. Algale Gardens. The Wild Hunters. Well, that's where he out from my neighborhood, my way. Man, cold. I'm going to one of his shows real soon. I'm going to pop up at one of his shows. You know what I'm saying? The man cold. The man cold, but I like the drill rappers too if they could rap. Fly Pirate Skins is real serious. Why Dottie serious? I could give you a bunch. I'm following everybody. But of course, I support the drill rappers because I support the streets and I support our youth, the starving. You know, they butt naked, gang banging and starving. So, I got to support them. You know what I'm saying? Our youth out here, our youth out here suffering in the streets, man. They ain't got no education or nothing. They don't know how to behave. It's one thing when you know how to behave and you misbehave, and I'd be like, bro, you know better. But they really don't know. Our young black men out here, they read probably at the 4th grade level. The young brothers out here. They got serious anger issues. They ain't just out there like that. They got personal anger issues. Personal issues. So like you a shorty. You live with your mama. You dropped out of school. You don't go to school. You ain't been going to school since you was like a freshman. You barely went when you was in 8th grade. You were a freshman. You just don't hardly ever go to school. So now you're like a junior. Your mommy fall in love with a dude. They move in together. You move in there with them. Now, dude, the stepfather, he wants you to get yourself together, but you've been under your mama. You ain't never been doing that. So you don't like dude. You don't like dude because dude act like he don't like you because he don't like you the way you are. He trying to change you. But you look at it like he don't like you, so you don't like dude. So now you either going to run over dude, but if dude's strong like that, then what you going to do, you're going to leave and run the streets with your boys. Or you're going to get some girl, and then you're going to move on with her, and you're going to try to do that, and you're just going to hit the streets because you ain't want your stepdaddy to tell you nothing. So now one day you keep coming, you keep doing dirty stuff, you and your stepdaddy get into it, y'all get into a fight or whatever. So now you get into it with a fight with a stepdaddy or her daddy. It don't even be the stepdaddy, it'd be like you with my daughter, and then I'm in your glamour. I'm telling you to get out because you treat my daughter crazy. So I come over there with some of the OGs. We older, boom, we throw you out. We totally disrespect you. You got to get out. Now, when you grow up, you see another OG, you hate him because he remind you of the other OG that might have did you right or might have did you dirty because you might have an OG with your mom that ain't on nothing. So even though you ain't doing all you could be, dude just make it worse. But in most cases, as a stepfather, you don't like your stepfather. You'll eat his food, you'll use his stuff, but you don't like him. Because I've been a stepfather to a lot of children. And I'm only daddy when I'm feeding them. When I ain't feeding them, I ain't their daddy. Anytime I try to tell them what's right for wrong. But the reason the relationships always turn out right, because their mama was standing on their neck. So I ain't had to stand on their necks. So that made our relationship be cool because mommy, I got to get mommy off of them. Mommy ain't got to get me off of them. I got to get your mama off of you. You know what I'm saying? So, but still, I'm not their daddy. And a child, I have a daddy that wasn't nothing and have a stepdaddy did everything for him, and they'll grow up and chase the daddy that didn't do nothing for them before they deal with the stepfather that raised them like they was really theirs. When you got all these different problems in the community, how you expect to not have gang problems and music and all of these things like that? And these shorties is really be enemies for real, so they go in there and they rap about it. The same thing happened in Jamaica. They wasn't just making bad man music in Jamaica for no reason. They was really into it. Hey, Javan, would you tell them Jamaica hot like hot grease? How you expect them in Jamaica to come out and rap positive stuff? The only ones able to rap positive stuff is the ones that up in the hills to go or sing positive stuff is the ones that's up in the hills or the ones that got a chance to get out of there. Because like when you go in the studio, the only thing on your mind is your life. You cannot write. Ijavan, could you tell them you cannot write nothing that is not on your mind? Ijavan can write good music because he's not in the danger zone. But you throw Ijavan in the heat of the danger zone trap. What are you gonna say when he go to the studio? So this is why Rasta is so positive, because Rasta always provide a way for you to get out the danger zone. So as a Rasta, you can always come over here where I at and cease and settle over here, right? So Rasta is able to take young Rastas out of the problem because as Rastas, we kind of like cohabitat a lot. See, Rasta is the next thing in them. Because as a Rasta, we cohabitat. So brethren would come get me from Trinidad, and when he take me to his crib, it ain't like it's nobody's crib. We just there. It's just Rasta. So I don't got to be around no environment other than the environment. And you could come every day with Rasta. You could come to their house every day. You could stay there if you want. As long as you don't no problem causer and mind your business and just be brethren, you cool. We never used to have like, you know, when I'm coming up as a young brother, I never had awkward conversations. All our conversations was cool. We was always talking about the world or something. We wasn't really in talk about each other and sussip and gossip and all that. I ain't come up from that. I ain't had nothing to say about no another brother. That's some new stuff. Once I leave your house, you know, we gone. Sizzler is just like me. It's Rastafari House of Thug. Sizzler's not no gangster. Sizzler's a revolutionary. And a revolutionary reacts like a gangster. Because a lot of gangster activity is really revolutionary activity, but it might not be for positive reason, it might be for negative. So Sizzler's not a gangster. Sizzler's a revolutionary. And you can't run over no revolutionary. Sizzler don't cause no problems. He enters everybody out the general. And so Rasta be a revolutionary, people mix that up with gangster. Rasta don't know gangster. Rasta is a revolutionary. So Rastas clash with gangsters, but Sizzler's not a gangster. Sizzler is a Rasta. He not on no gangster stuff. Sizzler's cool. As long as you ain't on no clown stuff, Sizzler's a cool brother. You come with peace and love in all your heart, Sizzler's cool. Sizzler's not no fun. Sizzler's very quiet, actually. Sizzler's a very quiet dude. Very quiet. He ain't gonna talk much unless when he talk is prophetic. You know what I'm saying? And he's filthy rich because he been dropping bombs. Shoot. He been dropping bombs. He learned how to change. He didn't stay in the mother and child vibe. I didn't like it when he changed, but he knew what he was doing. He knew that he had to change his music to go along with the times. The man is a genius. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even like it, but business-wise, when you look back on it, he knew what he was doing. that style was gone. And he had to take that Selassie style and make it more rougher. Because they come up right under Capleton, and Capleton was applying pressure. There's a lot of history over here tonight, y'all. Capleton was applying pressure when Sizzler was little. Ijavad knows, like, oh, Pharaoh going deep. Capleton was applying pressure. Wasn't he, Ijavad? Beanie Man and all them. Ijavad know what happened. I ain't going to say that because I don't want to promote the negativity. But Capleton was applying pressure. So it got a point in the reggae music where the righteous kind of became like righteous gangsters. Like, y'all not going to bully us with the negativity. That's what Capleton represented. Because the negativity was like, well, we negative, we'll bully you. And they was like, oh, no. So that's where that rough edge type roster, you know, Capleton and Sizzle, that's a whole different roster. I don't even think they categorized that yet. I don't think they made no category for Sizzler and Capleton, have they? They don't have a category. Do they? They don't really have a category. Nobody ever categorized them. That's very interesting. At that time, Dylan, it was all kind of things going on back in Jamaica. They call it dance hall, but it's different, ain't it, bro? Because it's like, if you know their journey, they had to get like down and dirty with it. You know what I'm saying? And it was like it was basically self-defense. It got passed down from Gregory Isaacs. Hey, Javan, remember when Gregory Isaac was like the bad man with his team? I'm way in Chicago, and I used to hear Gregory Isaac and his squad was like nobody to play with. Way in Chicago, we knew, oh, Gregory Isaac. Hey, Javan, way back in the day, Gregory Isaac had this attitude. I can't call it gangster, but it was gangsterish, but it was Rasta. But he got all caught up, you know, with abuse and, you know, end up with addictions. Because it was like Ijavan, like in the 80s, when I came back from Hawaii, they started to change stuff. And that's when they started to push pinchers. Like Pincher was the first one to really break the thing through with the whole dance hall. I don't know why he don't get no props. But when you think about the dance hall breaking through, Pinchers was really the one. Because the closest thing they had was Yellow Man. And Yellow Man was on the border saying all kind of crazy stuff. Yellow Man was talking crazy. But then Pinchers was the first one, because I was in the scene. He was the first ones to like draw the line, because you had like a blurred line where you had, you know, you had Smiley. You had Smiley. You had Michigan and Smiley. You had Junior Reed. You had Junior Reed. You had Barrington Levy was a part of that. Sugar Minor was like some righteous dudes, but you know, they wasn't nobody to really play with. They was almost like some really rough, positive dudes. That's when they kind of greetings I bring from Jah to all ragamuffin. That whole vibe, ragamuffin was, you know, and they was kind of like the ones kind of hardcore. That's what Buju come under that tree. Buju grow up under the Junior Reed, Pinchers in them tree. And then that's when Steely and Clevie took over. So that's when Steely and Clevie with the beats, womp, 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 womp. So that's when that started coming in. Then everything started to, slowly develop to what you get now. Because they used to have different concerts. And they would like have the roots rock reggae concerts like the Peter Tosches and the Pablo Moses and them. Then they would have the other concerts that would be like Junior Reed, Sugar Minot, uh, Frankie Paul. It was like a different concert where it was Bodman and Rasta at the same show. That's, so it was like it got to a point where you had the Bodman and the Rasta at the same show, and some of us had to kind of like I know I did. I had to play both sides because I'm up in the party with the bad boy then. See what I'm saying? So I had to kind of. It's a different type of revolutionary. That's this era right here, where you're a revolutionary. You want to go to the thing. You want to go to the dance hall. You want to go to the show, but you got to go with these dudes. And if you ain't standing on business, these dudes are going to suck up their teeth and they're going to probably test you. So in order for you to be able to go in there with them, you had to be a certain type of way. But what saved everything, Ijavan, was the sound, man. Them was crazy. And so because there'd be so many Jamaicans in there, the sound boy dropping some tunes so hot that there ain't no animosity in the room because can't nobody believe what he just played next. And for a lot of Black Americans, if you haven't experienced that, boy, because when you go to those type of parties, they don't have their records like this. They have their records based on rhythms. So due to have this many rhythms, this many songs on the same rhythm, this is a whole nother, Black Americans, man, this is a whole nother thing. So a lot of times it'd be the big sound system. How many records can you play with that same rhythm? So that was the first time I seen people keep their songs arranged according to the rhythm. Each rhythm got a name. Don't it, Ijavan? Ijavan know them. I'm not Jamaican, so I don't remember them, but Ijavan know all them rhythms. If I play a rhythm, Ijavan can tell you what rhythm that is. Real talk. Am I lying, Ijavan? If I play a reggae song, he could tell you what rhythm that is, and the Jamaicans know all the songs all the way back to the first one to use that rhythm. And what used to blow my mind is that when they would have a dance hall, they play a rhythm. And this artist come and sing a song. I don't know, I just don't want to be lonely. He'll sing a song on that rhythm. And then when the next guy come up, he'll sing a song, and you forgot the last song, which was as a foundational Black American, that was mind-blowing that somebody can come on the same rhythm and sing a different song and make me forget that song. I almost can't remember. You have to be a real good DJ to remember what the last song was because this song just takes over. And man, it's nothing like going in there and seeing that. And then they be lined up and the DJ be coming and each man got to come and he got to chat upon the mic a whole different way than the other man. And that created peace and love, even though it was Batman and revolutionary in the party. It was nothing but love because the party popping and everybody there to have a good time. And another thing that I liked about the Jamaican parties is they didn't chase women. They don't chase women. You got to like them and come rub-a-dub with them, but they ain't running back and forth there trying to talk to no women. All the women's on this side and all the women's on that side. No, that wasn't reggaeton. That was way back with the old rhythms. They did used to put each other on in crews and stuff and help each other. Was Bob Marley more militant than Peter Tosh? When you talk about Bob Marley, Bunny Wailer, and Peter Tosh, you talk about the same militancy. Them three was the same militant, but it like they had their own way of showing it. But them three right there, they was all the same. They was all the same. They just had a different way of showing it. But it really wasn't no difference in their militancy. Them brothers was geniuses. But they was all the same because Bunny Wailer is a straight revolutionary. And so was Bob, and so was Peter. That's why everybody wanted them to get back together. You know? That's why everybody was disappointed when Bob passed away because, we needed them back together. Yeah, they try to put Bob down, but the difference between Bob, Peter, and Bunny is Bob was prophetical. So Bob was like a holy man. Like Bob Marley's songs was like a prophet. Like nobody writes songs like Bob Marley. Like Bob Marley was a prophet. Bunny Wailer was a reggae artist, right? That's why they was named the Wailers after Bunny Wailer. So Bunny Wailer is like the ultimate reggae artist. And Peter Tosh is a militant revolutionary artist. But they tried to kill his militancy by putting him on tour with the Rolling Stones. And that affected Peter by touring with the Rolling Stones. Because to get money to keep up with Bob, they put him with the Rolling Stones. And that hurt him because he was a militant, but he had to humble all that stuff to tour in front of all them Europeans to keep up with Bob. And so the most radical one was definitely Bunny Wailer because he's the only one that never bowed or changed anything to be a star. Bob Marley made concessions. So that's why we love Bob Marley, because Bob Marley did things that a lot of Rastas wouldn't do just to get the message out. So Bob really gave his life for real, real to get the message out. So that's why when you look at Bob, he always frowning because he really didn't want to do none of that. Bob didn't want to do none of that. but he was sent here to get a message out. You know what I'm saying? Because he was the holy man. He was the prophet. Bunny wasn't a prophet. Peter wasn't. Bob Marley is a prophet. Bob Marley was what you call a holy man. Seriously. Like Bob Marley is a holy man. Like serious, like straight up. If you think I'm lying, just go on social media and just read his songs. Read the words to his song. And tell me who would write that. The man's like a holy man. When we was in Hawaii, we used to watch Bob Marley's concerts. And if you watch Bob Marley concerts, I'm telling you, go watch Bob Marley's concerts and you will see him get the holy, what they call the Holy Ghost. You'll see it. You'll see Bob go into a trance. We used to watch him say, there we go, there we go. We used to watch him. We used to watch Bob, and he would go into a trance where the Bob Marley person ain't even there no more. Bob Marley, the person, don't even be on stage. He be gone. And I tell you something else, Ijavan, Bob Marley was the standard for everybody played reggae. When I came up, everybody played reggae. You had to practice and you had to do it like Bob. Because everybody said Bob was the most serious man ever in the history of reggae. That's how reggae spread like that. Because when I was coming up and you play reggae, you had to do it like Bob. And it was known Bob didn't take no jokes, no playing, no nothing. Peter ain't got nothing on Bob Marley. Peter's lyrics and Peter's music has got nothing on Bob Marley. Peter's music is good, but now, you know what I mean? Peter don't got no lyrics like Bob. We'll finish this. Let's take a break. Nah, it's no competition. Like Bob Marley lyrics is like some holy man stuff. Peter's lyrics is just basic revolutionary lyrics. Seriously. Bob Marley, it ain't too many artists, period, in any genre that's on a Bob Marley level. I'm gonna tell you straight up. It ain't hardly no artist in music that's like Bob. Peter Tosh played a country and western reggae. Peter Tosh played country reggae, country and western type of reggae. Bunny Wailer played traditional roots rock, roots reggae, dance, the original dance hall. So Bunny Wailer, that sound was the old school dance hall. It was what you play when you go to a party. was Bunny Wailer. That's why he said, let me teach you how to rhyme dance hall. Because he was playing, that's the old school dance hall. Whereas Bob Marley music was the most complicated reggae. Barely, it beats out Steel Pulse, which was but Bob Marley had the most complex reggae. Nobody had reggae like Bob. If you want to play a Bob Marley song, you're gonna have to bring it. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, you gotta, and all the styles is so varied. Like you really got to be good to play Bob Marley. No, they never hated each other. They was love. They was all family. D-Line, they was all relatives. They was all married and mixed married. They was all family. Like they was married to each other's sisters, and this one is this one's cousin. Bob, Peter, and Bunny was actually family members in the strangest way. But Peter Tosh did not hate Bob Marley. Not at all. Peter loved Bob. They all loved each other. Peter didn't like Chris Blackwell. That's who Peter didn't like. You understand? Peter didn't like Chris Blackwell. Bob looked like he did everybody dirty and broke the rules because Bob was doing what the Most High told him to do. So Bob did what he was told to do, regardless how it looked to earthlings. That's why he's Bob Marley. Bob wasn't willing to wait on Peter and them to do what they had to do. And Bob was trying to fulfill the mission. You know what I'm saying? Bob was a holy man. Bob Marley was a holy man. If you've never seen a holy man before, Bob Marley was a holy man. If you want to see one in modern times, like them people you be seeing in the Bible. Bob Marley was a holy man, a prophet, like for real. Bob Marley was a prophet. He was a holy man. He took a whole lot just to get that message out there. Like the man was like sent straight like that, like for real. Bob Marley music, he said Bob Marley music was commercial, but Bob Marley music really wasn't commercial because nobody made no music like that. So in Peter's eyesight, it was commercial, but there's no commercial like Bob's music. So the reason Peter said it was commercial because it wasn't like nothing nobody else was doing. But the thing is that to do concerts, you had to perform in front of a white audience. So Bob Marley mastered singing black music in front of a white audience. And what Bob Marley did to get the music to where it's going is he added the rock and roll type guitar because Kojo and Mortimer was around Jimi Hendrix. And it was right. It was Mortimer and Kojo Brown that showed them that music like that. You know what I'm saying? Now Peter Tosh Peter Tosh was trying to get money, but he was trying to get money because Bob and him had got money. And Chris Blackwell took Bob and put Bob and them in a place to make more money than Peter and Bunny. So then there was a conflict because why y'all taking Bob off and calling him the Wailers when Bunny is the Wailers and all that. But what Bob was doing with them, Peter and Bunny didn't want to do it. So in some hands, Peter was mad he did it, but Peter didn't want to do it. But when you look high in sight and you look at Bob Marley's reputation and you look at Bob Marley's catalog, if you put Peter and Bunny catalog together, they can't compete with 1/3 of Bob Marley's albums. A fourth. I would go further than that. 3 Bob Marley's album is better than all their music put together. 3 Bob Marley albums. I'll blow them out the water. Because Bob Marley going out there having to play in Europe and play in front of a white audience, he had to change his music up to make his music be able to be enjoyed at a concert. He had to learn how to play concert music, and concert music is different. So for musicians watching me, if you're rocking in a club, there's club music, right? Then there's auditorium music and arena music. Auditorium and arena music can be kind of the same, but it's different than club music. So there's a different way you got to play for a big audience than you have to play for a small audience. So if you look at hip hop, DMX would be arena and stadium music. Y'all gonna make me lose. That's something you could do with a big old crowd. That's how Bob Marley music. Da 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 da. A whole stadium can play that. So when Peter seen that, that's when Peter cranked his guitar up more. And that's why Peter was the second biggest star. And then when Bob passed away, Peter was super huge because Peter cranked that guitar up and put that guitar in there. He got that from Cliff Blackwell and Bob. Peter wasn't playing reggae guitar. Peter was playing a rock and roll country guitar on his music. He was not playing, Peter did not play reggae guitar. He played rock and roll guitar. Without Chris, there's no Bob Marley. You know what I'm saying, Ijavet? Sometimes the way the thing work out in them holy situations, they got to go only that way. There's no way to change that and get the same Bob Marley. Because they was artists, they was recording artists, and Bob was a prophet. So it ain't no way they gonna understand Bob. You know what I'm saying? There's no way they would have been able to understand Bob. Nobody, now look back and you go, Bob Marley, whoa. But back then, nobody knew what Bob was doing. Who would take His Majesty's song and make His Majesty speak and make a song out of it? It ain't no Rasta did that. Bob Marley took His Majesty's speech and made a song out of it. And see, Bob Marley was the Rasta teacher, was the inspiration for the Rastas. So a lot of people don't know. See, Bob was touring around the world, so he understood it was people with dreadlocks all over the world going through tribulation. So that's why Bob, tribulation reveals the truth. See, so Bob was making records So when I started growing my dreadlocks, I would just sit back at the crib and listen to Bob Marley. Because my mother thought I went crazy. My daddy thought I went crazy. All these people thought I went crazy. So I would just listen to Bob Marley. Not TJ Rise Again. This was the only rosters that could tell me what was going on. His music was only full of all kind of instruments because of Bob Marley. Bob Marley made Peter have to step his game up. Bob Marley music is 100% because of Bob. Without Bob Marley, Peter Tosh never would have made the music he made. All them guitars and shit, that's the Wailers. That's Bob Marley and the Wailers. $100%. That is 100%. 1,000,000,000%. Everything Peter's doing come from this man right here. And there I go right there. This man guitar. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to give y'all the whole history. You know how I do. Everything Peter did came from this man and this man. And those two men was in Bob Marley, and that's what gave them serious guitars, because they had two cold guitar players. No band had that. No band had him and him. No band. Name it. Name me a band that had that. Ah, wait. Nobody. Nobody had that. Nobody. Dennis Brown is like in a whole nother, that's a whole nother, you know what I'm saying? We talk about Dennis Brown, that's a whole nother situation. Dennis Brown is going to be the most popular artist in Jamaica because they've been listening to Dennis Brown since he was a shorty. But when you start going around the world, it's gonna be Bob, because it was a long time before the rest of us found out about Dennis. Because Dennis had been singing since he was like 12. So by the time we found out about Dennis, it was a long time. So that's why Dennis is a superstar in Jamaica, because they was able to hear him. But when you say on a global scale, nobody was able to hear Dennis Brown until right before he passed away. So up here in the U.S., we didn't get to know Dennis Brown. By the time we knew Dennis Brown, he was getting towards the end of his career. But he was big in Jamaica. But the reason Bob Marley is bigger than him is because Bob Marley is the first big international reggae star. There ain't no, the first international reggae star was Bob Marley. And because Bob Marley had to play in front of so many white audiences, that's how he tailored that sound. Feel me? Because you're going to tailor your sound based on how the crowd move, because it's the way they dance and it's the way they move. So Bob doing these tours early, wasn't no black people in the reggae. So when Bob Marley started, he didn't have no black audience. Blacks outside of Jamaica and the Caribbean didn't get into reggae until Bob was dead. So Bob was dead before reggae spread in the black community. That's why Bob say, play I on the R&B. I want all my people to see. Because Bob Marley went to Madison Square Garden. He had a show Saturday night. So Friday night, he wanted to go see the concert that was Friday night. And it was Parliament Funkadelic with George Clinton. And when Bob Marley seen George Clinton and Parliament and all them black people, he said, I want this crowd. Why I don't got this big black crowd? So that's why Bob say, play I on the R&B. I want all my people to see. So he started trying to work his way to get a black crowd. That's when he died. So that's when he started working with Stevie Wonder, right? And he tried to make reggae on Broadway. He tried to, you know what I'm saying? He tried to figure out how can I get this Rick James Parliament. I need the black folks. You know what I'm saying? So he was trying to figure out how to get the black crowd. So what he did, he went for the militants first, and he dropped Survival. And they was pumping it all on, Chicago radio when he dropped Survival. So when Bob dropped Survival, a lot of people don't know that Survival is what blew Bob Marley up in the black community. What's crazy with my Survival thing is I was on my way to the record store out in Hegwich, and I'm in my car, and I got on, I think GCI, I think Tom Joyner was on GCI, and they play Bob Marley. I think maybe Wake Up and Live Now, dun, 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 wake up. This is a black radio station, and I'm driving to the record store. And I'm like, I went right in the record store and bought it. Man, I went right in the record store and say, give me this song right here. I never forget that. What's the odds that they played that on my way to the record store? What's the odds? I was on my way to the record store. And man, that song came on. And I already had a couple of Bob Marley albums, but that album had just dropped. Back in those days, you would drop a record, and then they would premiere it on the radio station that day. And so I got that record when it came out. And so that's how he got in the game. And then, Stevie Wonder did We Be Jamming and Jamming, and that's how he was trying to get to the black audience, and he booked that tour with Stevie Wonder did. No, first he had the tour himself. I bought tickets, and then he went to Europe to get the cancel. They canceled the tickets. Then he came back, and then they came out with some more tickets for Stevie Wonder and Bob Marley. And that was Bob's plan to get a black audience. He was going to do that tour with Stevie Wonder, but he died. He died. If he wouldn't have died, I would have seen Bob Marley. I never seen Bob Marley perform because I had a ticket and he passed away. And I went to the show and they replaced him with Gil Scott-Heron. It was Stevie Wonder and Gil Scott-Heron. So this was Bob's plan to break through with the black world. And this album is fire. That picture say Survival, that's the slave ships under there. Then he got all the flags of the countries of Africa. And then the inside and the back cover is crazy. He got Zimbabwe and all that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So this is the world. The world started. The world started embracing Bob Marley. I'll show you. Give y'all the real history. I'm gonna show you the album where the world started embracing Bob Marley. The world started embracing Bob Marley in 1976. That's when Bob Marley broke through. Bob Marley broke through in 1976. These is all facts. Worldwide. Everybody didn't know about him in the black communities and stuff like that. But worldwide, as far as a worldwide star, that's when Bob Marley broke through. I don't know what no expert would say, but I know as a professional and as somebody that's a music historian, I know this is a fact. Yeah, he was making a buzz a long time. But I'm going to show you the album that broke him through worldwide. I would be interested to see what some so-called professionals would say. But this was the album that that made Bob Marley. This when Bob Marley broke through right here. Rastaman vibration, yeah, positive. This was the album that broke Bob Marley through the door. All in Europe, all over the Caribbean, all in Africa, and to some of my OGs in the United States. This the album that I come into listening to that had been out already. You know what I'm saying? By the time I got hip to Bob, he had been out already. You know what I'm saying? He had already been out. That came out when I was a freshman in 1976, right? And I became conscious what? In 1978. So 2 years later, I got the album. So 2 years after that album, I started growing dreadlocks. Think about it. 2 years after that album, I started growing dreadlocks. And that's when Exodus and Kaya took over. So I started growing dreadlocks when Kaya came out. But I had to go back and buy all the other albums. So they were still fairly new. Back then, your album was still new. Even if it was out 3 years old, it was still considered new. And after that, it was no looking back. You know what I mean? He shut the whole game down. You know what I'm saying? Imagine me coming into the game with that music. Imagine me as a young roster, a young comedic roster, and I'm coming into knowledge, and these the albums that's out. You know what I mean? Imagine that. I'm 19 years old. I'm 20 years old. You know what I mean? I'm just getting into some black consciousness. And here come Exodus and Rastaman Vibration. Come on, man. Think about that. And I'm young. So I'm turned up on that, man. Man, I'm turned up on that. I'm like, what is this here? I'm like, what is this? I'm sitting at the crib. I'm listening to that stuff every day because don't nobody else understand me or overstand me. You know what I'm saying? My family don't know what the heck I'm doing. The community don't know. What's that on your head? You know what I'm saying? They don't know nothing about ITAL. They don't know nothing about being no vegetarian or nothing like that. And now I found the music that represent all that. So it was, man, come on, man. This album right here, all of these is the albums just came out when I started growing my dreadlocks. You feel me? Simmons, I'm not mentioning Duke because that's many, many years later, so it don't fit the conversation. These records is late 70s. You talking about somebody in the 2000s. So it don't fit the conversation. You feel me? So when I come into the game, this is what I come in with. That, and that. So I'm geeked up. You feel me? I'm sitting there listening to this, learning, and this is the only rosters I could talk to. I couldn't talk. I was a black man born in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? I was a black man born in Chicago, so I didn't have nobody to talk to about dreadlocks, about ancient Kemet, about ancient Ethiopia, about black consciousness or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm representing Egypt. Jamaican brethren represent Ethiopia. Oh yeah. Ethiopia is the mother of Kemet. So yeah, we rocking that. So I'm in the crib listening to Bob Marley because I can't go to the bingy. I can't go. I'm in Chicago. I can't go, around nobody to get the knowledge. So the only way I can get the knowledge is in my room. You know what I'm saying? In my room, on my own, with a whole bunch of people hate me. Feel me? But I was the man. So what is they talking about? Yeah, I got dreads and stuff like that. But when I didn't have dreads, I was flyer than them. So you a buster. So what is you talking about? You know what I'm saying? So that's how I came in the game. I came in the game like, listen, I'm already all that. So how I'm gonna try to impress somebody, and I'm already through the roof. You know what I'm saying? They told you Kemet. They say America is the Holy Land and the mother of Ethiopia. No, they don't know what they're talking about. The reason they try to say America is the mother is because they don't know nothing about the Pangea. So don't never listen to that. So when you hear the different groups and stuff talk about that, they don't know what they're talking about. Don't listen to that. They don't know what they're talking about. Because if they don't understand the Pangea, you know what I'm saying, then they don't understand why all that stuff is connected. So when they saying everything is connected, they talking about when the earth was like this before it split up. Because this is how all the continents used to be together. So now you can see where this was connected. So when it split up, it would still have temples and it would still have stuff because this was considered east of the river and this was considered west of the river. So when you read in ancient Kemet and they talk about the east and the west, this what you see say North America is what they was calling the west. And this what you see over here would say the 43 in Africa, this what they was calling the east. So when you look in the ancient text and you see the east and the west, that's before the Pangea split up. So now when the Pangea split up and they go in the Grand Canyon and they find artifacts, they trying to say this is a spot, but them artifacts was put there when this was connected. So the artifacts you see in the Grand Canyon, right, was already connected. Well, we're not gonna go through all those words. That we don't want to do all that because we go all the way back to Alkebulan and all that. So I don't want to confuse them, Vovo. Don't confuse them. We got to use words they know today. If I use words they don't know today, I can't teach them. So when I first got into this, Vovo, I used to tell them, we come from Alkebulan. And they say, what is Alkebulan? And then I say, Africa. So why say Alkebulan if I still got to say Africa? So I just say Africa because communication is about them knowing what you're talking about. And whatever word you use to identify a certain landmass, if that communication executes, then that's proper communication. If you use a communication that don't execute, it won't go nowhere. And Kush wasn't really before Egypt because Kush was a whole big area that included Egypt and Ethiopia. So it's not Kush instead of Egypt. That's incorrect because Kush was that whole East Africa. So Kush is not the opposite of Kemet because Kemet would have been a place inside of Kush. So that's incorrect. So that's why I don't like for y'all to come over here trying to teach because you're incorrect. You cannot compare the land of Kush with that. And what they show y'all is the land of Kush is totally incorrect. And also, when you look at the land of Kush, there it does not predate Kemet. Kemet was north over Kush. So please don't come over here teaching because you know, I can't I don't like I don't like having to correct y'all. So that's why I don't want y'all teaching over here because you're not me. Okay? So please do not come over here trying to teach because I'm the master teacher. You're not. You're not. You're giving them false information. Your information is wrong. 100%. So please just don't, okay? Do me that favor and let me tell them the information. Go on your own channel if you know so much and teach on your channel. Don't piggyback on me and try to teach on me when you're not qualified. This is the big leagues, okay? Stay in your place. You don't know what you're talking about. Now I got to go now and show everybody you don't know what you're talking about. See, I don't need to be doing it. That's why a lot of people don't like me, because he come over here and say something that's not right. Now I got to show you that Kush and Kemet existed at the same time. What the hell is he talking about? There's Kush and there's Kemet. So he said Kush was before Egypt. Egypt is Kemet. And Kush was not before Kemet. Please, let me delete this. I got to deal with this all the time, y'all. It's really irritating. You know, these brothers won't go teach on their own. You know what I'm saying? And these names are not legitimate, y'all. Look, these names are not legitimate. Why do I say that? Because the name of a place was always different when you went to another place. So this place will call a place Kush. These people will call it Africa. These people would call it this. These people would call it that. So when you see these different names, it's because different places called it what they wanted to call it. So if you want to think about how they got all these different names, all you got to do is think about the number 2. You could say 2, or you could say dos. You could say 1, or you could say uno. So don't let nobody tell you uno was before 1. No, uno is what they called it in one language, and 1 is what they called it in another language. So when you see them call these different places different stuff, that's because they're telling you what the Greeks call it, then telling you what the Romans call it, then telling you what West Africans call it, then telling you what East Africans call it, then telling you, see, so different people call it different based on their language. So as I told a lot of people that watch me, let's take my name. My main name is Ramesses. And Ramesses means son of the sun in Kemet. So now, if my name is Ramesses in Kemet, and Ramesses means son of the sun, if I go to China and they say, what's my name? The interpreter's going to say, he's not going to say his name is Ramesses. He's going to say his name is son of the sun. So Ramesses means son of the sun. So when I go to another country, they're going to call me their word for son of the sun. So if you go to China and say his name is son of the sun, they're going to say Unaki. So Ramesses means son of the sun. Son of the sun is Ramesses. And in China, son of the sun is Unaki. So they're going to call me Unaki. But that's Chinese for Ramesses. So people like, no, his name wasn't Ramesses, his name was Unaki. No. They called you by what your name meant. So if your name meant he that runneth under light, when you go to another country, they say, what's your name? They're going to say, his name is he that runneth under light. And they're going to say, Unchana, because that means he that runneth over light over there. Over here, they're going to say, Unkude, because that means he that runneth under light. So they always called you by what your name meant. back in the day. You was addressed by what your name meant, not what your name was. Because you was not able to use your language in their country. You had to say it in their language. So you can't say, give me two. You got to say dos. You can't say two. You can't say, give me two. You got to say dos. You can't say, give me one. You got to say uno. So it's like, no, it ain't one, it's uno. It ain't uno, it's one. Y'all don't go for that. That's why you got all these different names. Even when they say Africa was a white man, no, it wasn't. Africa was that northwest part of Africa. And when he conquered that, he named himself Africa as a title in Europe. Because when you conquered a land, you added that on your last name in European culture. So if you conquered China, and your name Upipsi, you would be Upipsi China. Upipsi Africa. That represents you conquered that land. But the African was some black people in North Africa. So the white man, they say, Africano, that's not his name. That was a title. His name was not Africano. So when they tell you Africa's named after a white man, that is wrong. He's named after Africa. Look it up. That's why I be wanting $5,000 before I drop like super platonic bombs on, you know what I mean? Put the $5,000 up. Let me play Drunken Monkey. I don't know what's going on. I'm just Pharaoh. I'm just some old dude. And then you put the money up and then bow, bow, bow. I put out the books. Oh, yeah, his name ain't Africa. Oh, yeah, okay, pay me. Pay me. Pay me. Because you don't know what you're talking about. So when you see all these different names, and you see Yahshua, and you see Buddha, you don't know if Buddha is Yahshua. What do Yahshua mean and what do Buddha mean? Back then. Because Christ was missing all them years, and where was he? People say he's Buddha. Buddha has the most statues of any religious figure in the world. There's not as many statues of Christ as it is Buddha. Buddha everywhere. Black Buddha too. Then they start making the Asian Buddha and the fat Buddha. Buddha wasn't no big old fat glutton. Yeah, they call themselves Afrikaners. But up there in Morocco and that area across the top, they was Africa. Good to see you, Charles. There was Africa. Africa is black from Africa. And Africanos put that on his word, mean he conquered Africa. So I'm like, Africa named after a white man. No, it's not. He named after Africa. You understand? It take a lot of years to learn all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It takes a lot of years. You know what I'm saying? When you a shorty and you be out here teaching, you be telling people all around. That's why I can't be mad at y'all, because I wonder how much bad information I put out over the years. It take a lot of studying. Because a dude won't know knowledge and then he'll write a book, but he don't know knowledge. So he wrote the book with lesser knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So what else we got? Listen, maybe I'm going to end this. I'm going to end this and come back. So I'm going to end this because this has already been like 4 hours, 5 hours. Good to see you, Charles. I'm finna come again. Yeah, Buddha was plant-based. A lot of people was plant-based because that was available. And Reverend Tim, when you see the Bible, allow you to eat certain stuff. That was after the flood. So after the flood, when a lot of vegetation got messed up, that's when you was allowed to eat certain animals until the earth was to replenish. A lot of people don't know that, Brother Tan. They said, well, God said we can eat it. That was based on the flood. That was like a contingency meal. And that contingency meal, if you do it until your farm and your crops come, it won't make you sick. But that contingency meal, if you eat that for 30, 40 years, it'll destroy your body. So look, we're gonna come and we're gonna get into some more, right? We're gonna get into some more information. So I'm gonna end this, I'm gonna come back. The bottom line though, for those that came late, Big Meech should have been quiet and Lil Meech should have been quiet. And they should have waited till they got in a position to do for themselves rather than mess up Lil Meech bag. You don't never fumble the bag.